Chapter 2116, Another Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Although the treasure chest's orange glow was very faint, Zero Wings members audibly gulped when they saw it. An inferior legendary treasure chest had a high chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. While most guilds in the game had very little idea of a fragmented legendary item's true value, Zero Wings' core upper echelons were no strangers to the rare items, particularly Cola, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zhaoyueru, who all owned their own fragmented legendary items. A single fragmented legendary item was enough to elevate a player to peak expert status. Such items were precisely the reason that Cola and the others could suppress peak experts. Without them, these four wouldn't have been able to defeat a single peak expert even if they worked together and had the same basic attributes as their opponent. In fact, if not for fragmented legendary items, Zero Wing would have needed another 3 to 5 years to have any hope of contending with the various superpowers. Why is an inferior legendary treasure chest here? Shi Feng stared at the treasure chest on the altar with narrowed eyes, confused. He had visited the Falling Star secret land dozens of times during his previous life, but he had never heard or seen of this altar, not to mention the treasure chest on it. Moreover, it was an inferior legendary treasure chest. The only inferior legendary treasure chest Shi Feng had ever seen was in the Fallen Arkansas. He hadn't even heard of another inferior legendary treasure chest. Yet now, he had stumbled across an inferior legendary treasure chest in the Falling Star secret land. Could the Falling Star secret land have secrets I don't know about? Shi Feng wondered. In the past, the only noteworthy thing anyone had found in the Falling Star secret land was the Lord of Fire. Once the Lord of Fire had been slain, the secret land had become a land of death. Even monsters had stopped spawning. Moreover, the altar's divine might was extraordinary. This definitely hadn't been constructed by mortals, but by ancient gods. Guild leader, should we work our way toward it? Aqua Rose asked, unable to pull her gaze away from the inferior legendary treasure chest. Although there were around 500 level 72 and level 73 Lord-ranked lava hounds roaming around the altar, these monsters were easy pickings for Zero Wing's main force. It wouldn't take long to clear out the area. Wait a minute, Shi Feng said. He then activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected every lava hound in the area. In God's domain, caution was necessary when encountering a treasure that didn't match its location's quality. A slight mishap could potentially be fatal, and that lethality would affect players' careers in God's domain. Normally, players would only encounter situations like this after visiting level 150+ maps. To encounter such circumstances in a map below level 100 was simply unheard of. Of course, better safe than sorry. Lava Hound, Elaka's avatar. Elemental creature, Lord. Level 72. HP 24, 000, 000/24, 000, 000. A hidden title? Shi Feng very quickly noticed something peculiar. When inspecting these monsters with an ordinary identification skill, players would only see ordinary lava hounds, but with Omniscient Eyes, these lava hounds had an additional title. Elaka's avatar? Sure enough, this is a trap. A trap? Fire Dance gave Shi Feng an odd look before asking, but I've already inspected the area and didn't discover any traps. Before the full team had arrived, she had scouted both the altar and its surroundings, but she hadn't discovered any traps, magical or physical. Her disarm had already reached master rank. Even if she couldn't disarm Grandmaster traps, she could easily detect them. This isn't your ordinary trap, Shi Feng said, laughing. He then said, Fire, lead an assassin party and find a way to lure these lava hounds 100 yards away from the altar. Remember, do not kill a single lava hound. Now, Shi Feng more or less realized why no one had mentioned this altar or the inferior legendary treasure chest it held in the past. Elak was one of the Purgatory world's 4 kings, known as the King of Death. Elak was a bona fide Tier 5 world boss. During the war between worlds in Shi Feng's previous life, the Purgatory world had been one of the worlds the various guilds had invaded. However, the guilds had suffered a miserable defeat against Ilak. Despite sending 25 Tier 5 experts to raid the world boss, the King of Death had slain them all in one move. It had been horrific. If a Tier 6 God-ranked expert hadn't made an emergency appearance on the battlefield, every player in that war would have been annihilated. Even though the various large guilds had eventually killed Ilak, they had sacrificed tens of thousands of expert players to do so, including more than 100 Tier 5 Apex experts. Tier 4 experts had been of little use in the raid. Knowing that the lava hounds around the altar were Ilaka's avatars, Shurfeng realized that this altar was Ilaka's treasury. Treasuries like this would appear in God's domain randomly. Players would only have one opportunity to claim these treasuries' items. If they killed Ilaka's avatars, Ilak would discover the transgression. If Ilak didn't arrive personally, he would send a doppelganger. Even if this doppelganger were one tier lower than the world boss and only level 70, players still couldn't afford to challenge it. Not only would every Zero-Wing member in the area die, but Ilak would also move his treasury to a different location. Although such occurrences were rare in God's domain, Shurfeng had heard of a few instances. After Shurfeng finished issuing commands, Fire Dance led a party of assassins to lure away the lava hounds around the altar. Once the last lava hound was more than 100 yards away from the altar, the magic barrier around it shattered. A boundless divine might gushed past the broken barrier, and Zero-Wing's members felt much heavier. Seeing this, Shurfeng activated Gale Domain and flew straight toward the altar. As he drew closer, he encountered stronger divine might. Eventually, the pressure was so powerful that his flying speed slowed to a crawl. As Shurfeng came within 50 yards of the altar, he didn't have the strength to move forward. Gritting his teeth, Shurfeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing. He then continued toward the inferior legendary treasure chest, 1 inch at a time. As a Tier 5 world boss, Ilak was only a step away from becoming a god. Obtaining such a being's treasure wouldn't be easy. Not only were the lava hounds guarding this altar Ilaka's avatars, but they were also the energy source that protected the treasury. These lava hounds powered the magic array that protected the treasury, maintained its presence here, and sealed the divine might the treasury radiated. Without this energy source, the magic array would fade. Once it was gone, not only would the treasury's divine might be released, but it would also destabilize space around it. The treasury would forcibly return to its original space after no more than 30 seconds. In other words, Shurfeng only had 30 seconds to retrieve the inferior legendary treasure chest once the avatars had been lured away. However, Shurfeng's speed was painfully slow, even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power. It felt as if some gigantic beast desperately pulled him back. Blade Liberation. With less than 20 seconds remaining, Shurfeng abandoned all hesitation and activated Twofold Berserker. With Twofold Berserk, Shurfeng's strength could rival a mythic monster's of the same level. He accelerated slightly, but he still felt slower than an ordinary player's walking speed. As the seconds ticked by, Shurfeng inched closer to the inferior legendary treasure chest. 20 yards. 10 yards. 5 yards. Shurfeng's remaining time continued to decrease. 15 seconds. 12 seconds. 10 seconds. When only 10 seconds remained, space around the altar began to shatter. Just as the altar began to fade, Shurfeng finally placed his hand on the treasure chest. Collect! Shurfeng shouted. Collecting an inferior legendary treasure chest required 8 seconds, and Shurfeng tensed as he watched the loading bar. The altar's base had already disappeared, and the middle section had begun to fade away. Just as the treasure chest began to disappear, the sound of a system notification reached Shurfeng's ears. Chapter 2117, Forgotten Set. System: Inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in bag space. System: a powerful spell has been cast on this inferior legendary treasure chest. The treasure chest will drop upon death and cannot be opened within the Falling Star secret land. System: the King of Death has learned of the robbery and sealed off the Falling Star secret land. All monsters in the area have been enhanced. How vicious! Shifeng did not know whether to cry or laugh after hearing the 3 system notifications. He had thought that he had secured the inferior legendary chest, getting away scot-free, but it seemed that the trap still closed around him. Now that Elok had sealed off the falling star secret land, players had only 2 means of escape. The first method required dying and resurrecting in the nearest graveyard. The second way was to kill the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire was the falling star secret land's overlord, serving as the land's power source. If this boss died, the secret land wouldn't be able to maintain any life. Then the seal on the map would lift. However, due to the inferior legendary treasure chest, the secret land's monsters had grown stronger, including the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire was already stronger than ordinary mythic monsters since his territory was a secret land. Now that the seal around the area enhanced the monsters here, the boss had likely grown as powerful as a mythic-ranked archaic species. Although players' combat and equipment standards had improved a lot, dealing with mythic monsters was still a challenge. Even the various superpowers relied on magic arrays and numerous attempts when raiding a mythic monster. Not even an MT with a fragmented legendary shield would last long against a mythic-ranked archaic species. Fortunately, players were permitted to use summoning spells they had learned in secret lands, although they couldn't use items that summon monsters. It seems we'll have to level up before raiding the Lord of Fire, Shifeng concluded after calming down. An inferior legendary treasure chest was worth far more than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Based on their current situation, the system wanted his team to earn the treasure chest. Fortunately, he wasn't on a time limit to kill the Lord of Fire. Although he had a 10-day arrangement with the secret pavilion, moving Stone Forest Town to the Bottomless Abyss wouldn't be difficult. As long as players had the necessary status and 6,000 mana stones, it could easily be accomplished. Only, current players did not know how to transfer a town. The true difficulty would be acquiring the 6,000 mana stones. 6,000 mana stones was an astronomical amount to God's domain's current powers. Even with the Philosopher's Stone, Shifeng would need 300,000 magic crystals to synthesize so many mana stones. Even superpowers would have a hard time sacrificing such a large number of magic crystals. However, the task wouldn't be difficult for Zero Wing. Aside from the manatite vein in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing had the source fire vein in the Flame Demon's Valley. Although the guild could only send a small number of players to mine the source fire vein, those players could collect a considerable number of magic crystals each day. Overall, not even ordinary superpowers could match Zero Wing's magic crystal income. After deducting daily expenses and including the stockpile Zero Wing currently possessed, collecting 300,000 magic crystals within 10 days would not be a problem. When Zero Wing's members saw the inferior legendary treasure chest in Shifeng's possession, they breathed a sigh of relief, especially Fire Dance and the other fragmented legendary item wielders. If Zero Wing secured another fragmented legendary item, the guild would have one more peak expert, which was something it desperately needed right now. Bad news, guild leader. Thousands of monsters have appeared around us. Most of them are level 72 plus Great Lords, with quite a few Grand Lords mixed in. They're all heading straight for us, Minor Wind, who acted as the team's lookout, quickly reported. Already? Looking at the map Minor Wind had shared with the team, Shifeng noticed a large number of red dots. So many level 72 plus Great Lords and Grand Lords could easily capture a guild town. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng led his team toward the Falling Star Secret Land's central area. He had just activated twofold Berserk, so he was still in a weakened state. He would have normally hidden from these monsters, but now. Although Shifeng was being particularly careful, Great Lord lava giants roamed the path to the map's core. Eventually, Shifeng and his team had to stop and deal with these monsters. MTs hated lava monsters more than any other. These monsters' attacks could reduce their target's defense, and although each attack only dropped players' defense by 5% for 10 seconds, the debuff stacked. After a little over half an hour, Shifeng's team defeated the dozen or so lava giants they had encountered, but as the team began to move out, several glowing items appeared on the ground. It surprised Shifeng. What? This is level 70 secret silver equipment. Shifeng's surprise grew into astonishment after he inspected one of the dropped equipment pieces. Could this be a result of the monster's enhancement? The Falling Star Secret Land had a high monster population, and they were stronger than average monsters. However, since these monsters didn't drop loot, the Falling Star Secret Land had only become a good leveling area for players during Shifeng's previous life. If these monsters had dropped equipment, this secret land would have become a sacred grinding spot. Although secret silver equipment was average, the several pieces that had dropped from the lava giants were level 70 equipment. The various major powers had barely begun to collect level 65 equipment, much less level 70. It was easy to imagine how valuable these pieces were. The attributes on these level 70 secret silver boots are amazing. Their defense is even higher than level 65 dark gold boots. They also reduce stamina consumption by 3%. If my current boots didn't have better basic attribute bonuses, I'd equip these in a heartbeat, Yi Wumian exclaimed as he inspected the level 70 secret silver boots attributes Shifeng had shared in the team chat. Those are nothing. Look at what I picked up, Blackie said, delighted as he shared a cloth armor's attribute panel. Everyone was stunned when they saw the item's information. Secret silver set equipment? Although the cloth armor was also level 70 secret silver rank, it was a part of the Forgotten set, a 4-piece set equipment. Moreover, this set focused on reducing stamina consumption. When wearing all 4 pieces, players' stamina consumption would drop by 30%. The cloth armor was far more valuable than the level 70 secret silver plate armor boots. The resources in neutral maps were tempting enough that most current players searched for a way to develop in these areas. However, neutral maps had harsh environments that placed a heavy burden on players' stamina. But as luck would have it, neutral maps were home to plenty of field bosses that dropped plenty of rare materials and items, including skill books, designs, and recipes. However, the various large guilds were helpless against these field bosses. That difficulty wasn't due to these field bosses' immense power or players' lack of basic attributes, but because they could increase players' stamina consumption. As a result, many raids on these field bosses failed because players ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, level 70 secret silver set equipment that could reduce stamina consumption was far more valuable than level 70 fine gold set equipment with elemental resistances. When Zero Wings players thought about the monsters in this area dropping set equipment that reduced stamina consumption, their hearts raced. Aqua, make the necessary arrangements. We won't be venturing to the map's core just yet. First, we'll get rid of these lava giants. We'll advance once we're done, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Equipment that reduced stamina consumption was even rarer than equipment that provided universal resistance. Although Shifeng knew how to obtain a few such pieces of equipment, they were located in level 100+ neutral maps. In any case, his team members needed to level up before they could raid the Lord of Fire. Since these Great Lord-ranked lava giants dropped equipment and set equipment that reduced stamina consumption, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. They might not have this chance once they killed the Lord of Fire. If they could collect enough equipment to arm a 100-man team, Zero Wing could use the many field bosses in neutral maps as a personal ATM. Chapter 21:18 Qualitative Transformation. When the seal around the Falling Star Secret Land had enhanced the map's monsters, it had also drastically increased the number of Great Lord-ranked lava giants in the Secret Land. Zero Wings members felt as if there were no end to these monsters as they continued to grind in the inner region. Only after 8 days of constant grinding did they finally clear out most of the lava giants in the inner region. However, they had to admit that the Falling Star Secret Land was an excellent leveling spot. When Zero Wings members had first arrived in the Secret Land, they had been level 66, but after 8 days of grinding, every team member had reached level 70. Even the various superpowers experts would be jealous of their leveling speed. As for Shifeng, he had leveled up from 72 to 74. However, these players' increased attributes were far more significant than their higher levels. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain, and as Zero Wings members leveled up, their epic and fragmented legendary items rose with them. Now that they had reached level 70, these items' attribute bonuses had received a small boost. If this team had been powerful when they had fought the various superpowers experts in White River City's auction arena, they were monstrous now, especially Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Cola. The team had also collected 11 cloth armor Forgotten sets, 9 leather armor off-track sets, and 8 plate armor Earthvein sets over the last 8 days. They had also collected more than 900 pieces of standalone mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. Their harvest was many times more bountiful than grinding in Hell Mode team dungeons for the same amount of time. At this moment, Zero Wings members ganged up on an 8-meter-tall Grand Lord ranked lava beast in the deserted canyon. The lava beast bellowed in rage as its HP continued to fall under Zero Wings' bombardment. When the lava beast was close to death, Fire Dance maneuvered behind the monster and used Absolute Strike to obliterate the last strand of the Grand Lord's HP. Her actions were so smooth that even her teammates were stunned. As the level 74 lava beast crumbled into a pile of scorching rubble, everyone's experience bars rose by a small chunk. "These lava beasts are really a challenge," Turtledove complained as she looked at her HP bar. Currently, she had less than 1/3 of her HP remaining, and her defense had fallen by 85%. With so little defense left, she took more than -70,000 damage just from blocking one of the lava beast's attacks with her shield. Unfortunately, due to the monster's massive frame, every one of the lava beast's attacks had a large AoE. As a result, the lava beast didn't need special techniques to prevent its targets from dodging. If the team's 3 main MTs hadn't rotated tanking the lava beast, defeating the Grand Lord would have been impossible. They are certainly tough. Its lava shield reduced out magical damage by half too. Fortunately, we have good equipment. Any other team from our guild wouldn't likely be a match for it, Aqua Rose said as she looked at the dead lava beast. The lava beast had a whopping 100 million HP, and its battle recovery regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds, double that of other monsters. If these players hadn't had high enough DPS, they would have been helpless against the lava beast. Although the lava beast had been difficult to defeat, it had given Zero Wings players a surprise after its death. This one lava beast had dropped more than a dozen items. Its drop rate was many times higher than the lava giants the team had faced earlier. "Guild leader, how is it? Did any set equipment drop?" Blackie asked, giving Shifeng an expectant look as he inspected the loot. This was the first time they had fought a lava beast, but no matter how Blackie looked at it, the lava beast should have dropped better loot than the Great Lord ranked lava giants since it was a Grand Lord. "There's no set equipment, but it did drop something interesting. Here, take a look for yourself," Shifeng said as he shared the item he had appraised in the team chat. Only 3 of the dozen or so items the lava beast had dropped were equipment pieces, and they were all level 70 fine gold rank. Although these 3 pieces reduced stamina consumption, they weren't quite as powerful as the level 70 secret silver set equipment. However, these 3 pieces of fine gold equipment weren't the highlight of the lava beast's loot. Rather, it was a skill book for super recovery. Super recovery, super spell. Instantly heals all allied players within a 30-yard radius for 40% of their stamina and increases stamina recovery rate by 200% and basic attributes by 15% for the next 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. Class restriction, Cleric. What a powerful spell. Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets after reading the spell's description. Not only did this spell regenerate stamina and heal players, but it also increased its target's basic attributes. With this spell, a 100-man team could easily explore neutral maps without worrying about their stamina. Aqua Rose was just as astonished. Many of the required materials for producing resistance equipment and high-ranked potions could only be found in neutral maps. Collecting these materials was one of the main reasons that the various major powers had been trying desperately to explore neutral maps, all to prepare for the fight for first clear in the level 70+, super large-scale team dungeons in these neutral maps. Not only would a guild become more popular and collect more top-tier equipment by securing one of these team dungeons first clear, but it would also earn a town-building order, enabling the guild to construct a new guild town in a neutral map. It was the equivalent of securing a neutral map's management rights. There were only a limited number of kingdoms and empires around neutral maps. With control over a neutral map, a guild would have a tough time not growing stronger. "We should let Violet learn this skill book," Shifeng said. The rest of the team agreed with his decision. Only members of the cleric class could learn super recovery, and Violet Cloud was the guild's #1 cleric. Moreover, she constantly traveled with the guild's main force or led her own team when exploring neutral maps. The spell was perfect for her. After Violet Cloud learned super recovery, Shifeng continued to grind lava giants for EXP with his team. He also instructed Fire Dance and her assassin party to split up in search of more lava beasts. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain a few more super recovery skill books. While Zero Wing's main force continued to grind lava giants and level up, Melancholic Smile called Shifeng. "Has something happened?" Shifeng asked when he saw Melancholic Smile's anxious expression. "Guild leader, Starlink has captured the Ore Empire's or Blood Fortress. Not long after that, our members started to run into ambushes in the various neutral maps, especially our teams in the Ore Empire's inner region. Our casualties are severe. I wanted to as Unyielding Soul for reinforcements, but it seems that it's in a similar predicament. Starlink has basically started an all-out war with Unyielding Soul in the neutral maps bordering the Dark Knight Empire," Melancholic Smile reported. It's no wonder why Starlink hadn't responded. So, it was planning a massive assault in secret, Shifeng thought as realization dawned. He had to admit that Starlink's latest move dealt a painful blow to Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing's influence permeated Starmoon Kingdom. Since the guild had regained its status as a basic member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, almost no power could shake Zero Wing in its own kingdom. Knowing this, Starlink must have decided to take a more forceful approach and establish a foundation in the Ore Empire. Now that it controlled a fortress in the Empire, it could dispatch a large number of experts, using its numerical advantage to extinguish Zero Wing in the Ore Empire and other neutral maps around Starmoon Kingdom. Furthermore, Starlink had solidified its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Other powers would have a very difficult time threatening its position, so it could afford to send a large group of experts abroad. And now that its position in the Ore Empire was stable, it wouldn't have to worry about its experts' development in the Empire. Although Zero Wing had the Guardian Puppets and Hell Tanks, these war weapons were only suitable for large-scale combat. With how few of these war weapons Zero Wing had, protecting its members across massive neutral maps would be impossible. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Melancholic Smile asked. "Tell everyone to stay together for now. If needed, spend some magic crystals and send our members through the Otherworld Gate to level up. For now, we'll disregard developing in neutral maps," Shifeng responded after giving the matter some thought. "We'll make further arrangements once I've finished my quest here." "Understood." Melancholic Smile nodded. After disconnecting the call, Shifeng gathered his team, and they made their way toward the Lord of Fire. As for leveling up and grinding for equipment, they were out of time. The Falling Star Secret Land's core was a molten hell. Only a few boulders still stood among the lava, barely large enough to hold 30 players. Meanwhile, a 50-meter-tall figure, made of flowing lava, lay among the liquid stone. The mountain-like figure radiated a frightening pressure that deterred any lava monster from approaching. "Guild leader, are we really going to fight this boss?" Blackie could not help his bitter smile as he looked at the lava giant. The rest of the team expressed similar reactions. The word, strong, was no longer appropriate for this lava giant. This thing was practically invincible to current players. Lord of Fire, King of Flames. Elemental creature, Ancient Fiend, Mythic, level 75. HP 580, 000, 000/580, 000, 000. Chapter 2119, Secret Lands Lord. Or Empire, on a vast plain a short distance away from the ore capital city Dash. Lacking the usual patrolling ores, this was the safest location near the ore capital city. Practically every power intending to explore the city had set up a campsite to shelter its members. A power that had recently arrived occupied a large plot of land in the crowded plain, but despite this power selfishly taking up so much area, none of the other powers dared to comment. This power was none other than Starlink, a superpower that even the various super guilds feared. As a 100-man team approached Starlink's campsite, it attracted the attention of every player around. Every member on this team rode a pitch-black, 3-meter-tall bear. The mounts looked imposing and majestic, even from afar. Moreover, these mounted players were all level 67 or above, and they radiated an intense bloodlust and moved like well-trained soldiers. To top it off, the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 65 fine, gold rank. The surrounding players recognized that the pressure they felt from this 100-man team wasn't simply due to a difference in basic attributes, but a difference in life ratings. Players felt stifled as the middle-aged man in the lead passed by. This man felt like a ferocious beast, and they knew he would shred them to pieces if they moved in the slightest. Guild leader, who is that? He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't place him, Purple Eye, who rested in the Star Alliance's campsite, asked as she watched the stalwart man enter Starlink's campsite. Of course, you find him familiar. He came from a destroyed kingdom on God's domain's western continent. You might not know his name, Startled Wind, but I'm sure you've heard his nickname, Mad Beast, Galaxy Pass said, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he watched the man pass. I would never have thought that Starlink would recruit that lunatic. I'm afraid that Zero Wing may be in danger this time. He's that Mad Beast? The revelation surprised Purple Jade. Players on the eastern continent might not have heard of Mad Beast since the two continents didn't have much interaction, but as a first-rate guild's upper echelon, Purple Jade had heard of some matters concerning the western continent. According to her sources, Mad Beast was famous for shaking the western continent. With a single adventurer team, he had destroyed a superpower's kingdom. The various superpowers just didn't have the power to stop that lunatic. Galaxy Past wasn't the only player to recognize Mad Beast. Many of the guild upper echelons in the area noticed the man. As expected of Starlink, it has even recruited the Mad Beast. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are so afraid of the guild. Since Zero Wing made Starlink a laughingstock in front of the other superpowers, it's definitely doomed. I wonder what Mad Beast plans on doing to Starmoon Kingdom? Hopefully he isn't too ruthless. I don't want to suffer alongside Zero Wing. Startled Wind's appearance sparked many discussions among the resting players. As Startled Wind arrived in Starlink's campsite, 3 kills, Starlink's 4th Vice Guild leader, moved to welcome the man. Brother Wind, long time no see. It is truly wonderful that you are willing to help us out, 3 kills said. He couldn't help his inward sigh when he felt Startled Wind's aura. 3 kills and Startled Wind were old acquaintances. They had even made their debut in the virtual gaming world around the same time. Only, 3 kills had been supported by the Super Guild, Jormungandr, while Startled Wind hadn't had any backing. Now, however, Startled Wind's nickname, Mad Beast, had spread across the western continent. He had even become Starlink's 2nd Vice Guild leader. 3 kills, on the other hand, was only Starlink's 4th Vice Guild leader. I understand that the guild leader wants to remove any trace of Zero Wing from God's domain. Since I've come, Zero Wing will meet its end, Startled Wind said. However, the Zero Wing members I've killed on my way here don't seem overly impressive. To think that the 4 shadow demons actually lost against these people, those 4 old men have truly fallen. Brother Wind, Zero Wing hasn't yet dispatched its true experts. The guild also has its combat puppets and hell tanks. A fight with Zero Wing won't be easy, 3 kills explained. Zero Wing's true experts and combat puppets? Interesting. I wonder whose blade is sharper, Zero Wing's or mine. Startled Wind said as he licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. Since Zero Wing's experts refuse to meet me, we'll make them show themselves. I've heard that Zero Wing has a town in the Ore Empire. I think my men and I will pay it a visit. Following which, startled Wind spun on his heel and led his men towards Silverwing Town. Meanwhile, Shifeng watched the slumbering Lord of Fire in silence for a moment in the falling star Secret Land's core. Why is he so much stronger? Shifeng felt a headache begin to brew as he looked at the boss's attribute panel. The original Lord of Fire had already been much stronger than ordinary mythic monsters, but now that he had become an ancient fiend, not even a 100-man team of Tier 3 peak experts would have much of a chance of defeating him, much less a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts. Ancient fiends' life ratings could rival ferocious beasts, overlords in God's domain during ancient times. Shifeng had only killed the Flame Demon King due to his quest drastically reducing its strength, but this Lord of Fire was at his peak. Now, however, the Lord of Fire was at the peak of his strength. Even a 1,000-man team filled with experts of the same level would fall quickly to the Lord of Fire. No, something's not right. Shifeng quickly noticed the glowing, golden divine runes hovering around the Lord of Fire's body. Those runes were gradually merging with the boss's form. As far as Shifeng could remember, the Lord of Fire shouldn't have bombed any divine runes. Moreover, the boss's aura was growing stronger, albeit very slowly. Is he in the middle of an evolution? Although God's domain's boss monsters rarely evolved, it wasn't unheard of. Generally, these evolutions only happened after players triggered certain events, but the process wasn't easy to complete. Boss monsters normally needed half a month to evolve successfully. Of course, there had been cases of bosses completing the evolution in 2 or 3 days. Quick, everyone move together! Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Chapter 21:20, Time Waits for No One. When Shifeng realized that the Lord of Fire was in the midst of an evolution, he gathered his team and began the raid on the ancient fiend. Shifeng had Kola, who wore the Flame Demon's crown, act as lead MT, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian offered support from the sides. He instructed the rest of the team to stand by the Lord of Fire's sides and wait for his command. Shifeng's urgency confused his teammates, but when they thought about how they could only leave the Falling Star Secret Land by killing the Lord of Fire or dying themselves, they obediently approached the boss. Go! Shifeng commanded once his players were in position. Leading the charge, Kola dashed toward the slumbering Lord of Fire. Although molten lava covered the ground, the high fire resistance the Flame Demon's crown provided made the lava feel like seawater to Kola. Kola soon arrived before the Lord of Fire and slashed at the ancient fiend with his sword. Minus 13,745. As the Lord of Fire received damage, he opened his eyes, releasing a blinding, golden light. The boss's deafening bellow then echoed across the burning field. The delay surprised Zero Wing's players. Normally, bosses attacked once players were within a certain range, but the Lord of Fire had only moved after Kola had attacked. Something was definitely wrong here. With a roar, the intensity of the Lord of Fire's aura skyrocketed. The divine runes around his body began to glow brighter as if they were manifesting fully. Sure enough, he's trying to evolve. Shifeng could not help but smile. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Be careful of the fire rain and lava on the ground. Do not kill any of the lava monsters that emerge no matter what. Just lure them to the side. In God's domain, monsters were at their weakest when trying to evolve, but if they were in danger, they could quicken their evolution forcefully. Although they had to pay an extremely high price to do so, they would become significantly more difficult to deal with once their evolution completed. After Shifeng issued his orders, he sacrificed 7,000 magic crystal to his Ring of Gospel and activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. The moment Miniature World took effect, the world's power began to suppress the boss. Unfortunately, the Lord of Fire was still an ancient fiend, and as a result, he only lost 20% of his basic attributes. His strength was still far higher than any ordinary mythic monster. Following which, the Lord of Fire jabbed at Kola's raised shield. Upon impact, Kola stumbled 4 steps backward, losing more than 80,000 HP. He's so weak. Cola was surprised to lose so little HP. He had more than 240,000 maximum HP. An attack that dealt a little over -80,000 damage was well within his tolerance. The team's healers might feel a little overworked at most. Don't hold back. Activate your Berserk skills immediately. We need to kill the boss before he completes his evolution. As Shi Feng watched the divine runes around the Lord of Fire continue to form, he estimated that they had less than 20 minutes before the boss completed his evolution. Every second counted right now. If they tried to fight the Lord of Fire like they usually did, they wouldn't defeat the boss in time. Once the ancient fiend completed his evolution, he could easily annihilate every one of them, even if he only had 1% of his HP remaining. Hearing Shi Feng's command, every member of the team activated their Berserk skills and doubled their DPS. Now, their attacks dealt a minimum of -40,000 damage. Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and Zhao Yueru easily dealt more than -100,000 damage with each attack. Naturally, Shi Feng didn't hold back either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, he activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. His 8 doppelgangers then attacked the Lord of Fire simultaneously, and damages exceeding -70,000 appeared above the Lord of Fire's head, one after another, with the occasional critical hit dealing over -100,000 damage. Seeing Shi Feng's total DPS, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. If their opponent were only a level 75 Great Lord, not a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, they had no doubt that Shi Feng could defeat the monster in less than a minute. After another 10 minutes, Zero Wing's main force wore the Lord of Fire's HP down to 30%. Despicable mortals! You dare intrude on my slumbering grounds. Burn to ash! The Lord of Fire bellowed once more, and a blade of fire appeared in his hands. He then swung the blade before him. Boom! As the blade crashed into the ground, the impact felt like a volcanic eruption. The attack killed 8 players instantly, and the earth under the flaming blade had vanished, leaving nothing but a cracked crater. The surviving team members gasped. With just one attack, the Lord of Fire had altered the battlefield's terrain. Not only was his attack speed extraordinarily high, but the range of his attack was also absurd. Don't panic. Keep your distance. When the boss begins to channel mana, don't stand in front of him. Shi Feng calmly commanded. Shi Feng understood the Lord of Fire well. The additional fire-type damage the boss's attacks inflicted was what made this monster so powerful. Without high enough fire resistance, even MTs of the same level would die instantly. This was why Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers had been utterly helpless against the Lord of Fire in Shi Feng's previous life. Fortunately, Cola currently wore the Flame Demon's crown and had consumed a Master Fire Resistance potion. Even when struck, he only took several thousand points of fire-type damage. Although the Lord of Fire had AoE skills and spells, as well, these attack patterns were quite simple. The attacks would be easy to avoid as long as players paid attention. As the seconds continued to tick by and the Lord of Fire lost more HP, the boss became increasingly frenzied. From time to time, he activated Meteor Hand and bombarded Zero Wings players with multiple flying, flaming stones. Any player that these meteors struck, aside from Cola, died instantly, and as a result, the team continued to lose members. When the Lord of Fire cast Sea of Lava, a large-scale destruction spell, Shi Feng activated Absolute Domain and protected his team from annihilation. When the Lord of Fire had only 5% of his HP remaining, Zero Wings' team had fewer than 30 players. Seeing this, Gentle Snow activated Will of Light, her ultimate skill. 5 swords of light descended on the Lord of Fire, each dealing over -300,000 damage. Some attacks were even criticals, dealing twice as much damage. After all 5 swords had struck, the Lord of Fire had lost over 2 million HP. Following which, Zhao Yueru activated the super large-scale destruction spell, Frost Flame Hell, while Violet Cloud cast Dimensional Fracture and Shadow Rage. Aqua Rose and Blackie similarly cast their large-scale destruction spells. As spell after spell plundered the Lord of Fire's HP, the Ancient Fiend's rage continued to grow. The boss responded by summoning 2 blades of fire and brandishing them against these intruding players, every one of his slashes causing waves of lava that washed over Zero Wings members. Even Cola watched his HP drain, little by little, despite his active Titan's will, which reduced incoming damage by 95%. Unfortunately, the lava had killed Turtledove and Yi Wumian. When the Lord of Fire had less than 1% of HP left, he dismissed his flaming weapons and summoned a tidal wave of fire that surged toward Zero Wings' team. Even space began to crack under the burning tidal wave's might. "We're doomed!" The color drained from Cola's face as he watched the approaching attack. "Die!" Just before the fiery wave descended on his players, Shi Feng, who had already activated Power of Darkness, activated Blade Liberation and Divine Providence. He then countered the incoming tidal wave with a swing of his blade. Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore the tidal wave in half, and the Lord of Fire's eyes dulled as Hai collapsed into the lava, the resulting impact causing a small wave. Chapter 21-21, Ancient Fiend's Loot. As the Lord of Fire fell lifelessly into the lava field, Fire Dance and Zero Wings' other surviving members toppled backward in exhaustion. However, despite how tired they were, joy still flashed in their eyes. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the stronger a monster was, the better its loot would be. Although they did not understand what a mythic-ranked ancient fiend represented exactly, they were quite aware of how powerful the Lord of Fire was. It was undoubtedly the strongest boss they had fought since joining God's domain. If Shi Feng hadn't pulled out all the stops in that final moment, bisecting the boss's flaming tidal wave, they would have been annihilated. The surviving players watched their experience bars grow with flying speed after the Lord of Fire's death. The boss had been a level 75, mythic-ranked ancient fiend, and unlike the Flame Demon King Shi Feng had defeated a while ago, their quest hadn't suppressed the Lord of Fire. Even splitting the EXP among 100 players, each would receive a substantial amount, but with fewer than 10 players were still alive after the fight, it was easy to imagine how much EXP each had received. Fire Dance and the others had risen from 70 to 71 on the spot, while Shi Feng climbed from 5% to 42% of level 74. While everyone was surprised by the awarded EXP, the Falling Star Secret Land began to transform. The lava hell that had surrounded Zero Wings members altered into a barren wasteland. The Lord of Fire's body cooled and disintegrated, crumbling into a pile of hot rubble. At the same time, loot rained down from the sky, creating a small, dazzling mound. None of Zero Wings' team could have imagined that this boss would drop so much loot. "Alright, let's resurrect the team. Then we'll split the loot," Shi Feng chuckled when he saw his teammates' glittering eyes. The surviving healers did as they were told and resurrected their fallen teammates while Shi Feng organized the dropped items. In the end, it took Shi Feng more than half an hour to appraise the Lord of Fire's loot. Every item he picked up was top tier, and even he, someone who had seen countless treasures in the past, couldn't quite control his elation. He finally understood why the various superpowers had loved hunting ancient fiends, despite the extreme cost. There was simply no comparison between an ancient fiend's loot and that of a super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. Although the Lord of Fire was only a pseudo-ancient fiend since it hadn't completed its evolution, Shi Feng was certain that these items could drive any superpower mad. If the various superpowers found out about today's raid, they'd do anything they could to get their hands on this loot, even if it meant destroying Zero Wing. A total of 247 items dropped. Among them, 31 were epic materials, 6 were inferior legendary materials, and 83 were materials of lower ranks. 5 7 luminaries crystals had also dropped, the equivalent of 14 units. There were 32 attributed gemstones of various types, 3 mysterious iron magic crystal treasure chests, and 1 secret silver magic crystal treasure chest as well. 37 magic scrolls had dropped, 3 of which were tier 4, 16 were tier 3, and the rest were tier 2 magic scrolls. 8 skill books also lay among the items, 7 of which were for ordinary tier 2 skills, and 1 was a tier 2 taboo skill. A total of 33 weapons and equipment pieces had dropped, 21 level 70 fine gold equipment pieces, 8 level 70 dark gold equipment pieces, 3 epic items, and 1 fragmented legendary item. The 3 pieces of epic equipment alone were enough to move Shifeng's heart, not to mention the level 70 fine gold and dark gold equipment. The 3 epic items were the Source Fire Ring, Unyielding Battle Armor, and Phantom Leather Boots, top-tier items even among epic equipment. Not only did the Source Fire Ring increase a player's fire resistance and the power of their fire-type skills and spells, but it also had an innate teleportation skill. Although the teleportation skill wasn't as powerful as the 7 Luminaries rings, it allowed the user to cross a distance of 100,000 yards. Although the Unyielding Battle Armor's basic attributes were average at best, it had a passive skill that halved its wearer's stamina consumption. The Phantom Leather Boots, on the other hand, were top-tier boots for assassins. Not only did the equipment boost the player's concealment effects, but it also granted a 20% increase to reaction speed. Although the fragmented legendary item the Lord of Fire had dropped was neither a weapon nor equipment piece, it was even more valuable than either of the same rank. Falling Fire Orb, fragmented legendary rank. The Lord of Fire's concentrated essence. This item contains all of the Lord of Fire's power. When used, the Falling Fire Orb temporarily raises its user's tier by 1 for 3 hours. Can upgrade up to a maximum of tier 4. Cooldown, 12 hours. Normally, fragmented legendary items only improved players' combat power by half a tier, but this Falling Fire Orb boosted a player by a full tier. The item's only flaw was its tier 4 restriction. The orb would become useless once players reached that tier. Even so, Shifeng was amazed by the Falling Fire Orb. Reaching tier 4 wasn't an easy task in God's domain, after all. The Lord of Fire had dropped another item that delighted Shifeng. An Advanced Construction Promotion Order. Normally, players could only obtain this item by completing the first clear of a level 100+ super large-scale team dungeon. Moreover, the drop rate wasn't 100%. With this promotion order, players could upgrade a basic construction in their guild town or city to advanced rank. This promotion order might not seem like much at first glance. In fact, most superpowers hadn't paid it much attention in Shifeng's previous life. Securing the first clear in a level 100+ super large-scale team dungeon was practically impossible for first- and second-rate guilds, so they hadn't paid any attention to the advanced construction promotion order either. Everyone had only realized the promotion order's true value after players had reached level 150. It was nearly invaluable due to its ability to upgrade a basic battle arena to advanced rank. Player-constructed advanced battle arenas were much larger than basic battle arenas, and they were actually larger on the inside than the building scale should allow. Advanced battle arenas also had higher mana density than their basic counterparts, allowing players to train their combat techniques more efficiently. Advanced battle arenas could also record and simulate combat techniques, which players could then learn from. Unfortunately, this function required a lot of magic crystals, and the stronger a combat technique was, the higher its cost would be. Once he had finished examining the Lord of Fire's loot, Shifeng shared the weapons and equipment details in the team chat, holding an internal auction for these items. Everyone gasped when they saw these items. In a short moment, all of the fine gold, dark gold, and epic weapons and equipment had been divided among the team. Flying Shadow had won the Phantom Leather Boots, Zhao Yueru had won the Source Fire Ring, and Remnant Cloud had secured the Unyielding Battle Armor. All 3 of them felt their combat powers grow significantly. Now that we've finished our quest, it's time to head home. Shifeng then retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He transformed into a streak of white light and left the now crippled Falling Star secret land. Chapter 21-22, Zero Wing in an Uproar Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Shifeng and the others had spent 8 days fighting in the Falling Star secret land, and they were mentally exhausted from the repetitive grinding. However, when they returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City, they were hit by the residence's depressing atmosphere before they had a chance to rest. Guild leader, you're finally back. Busy in the guild hall's main lobby, Yolan's weary features brightened with excitement when she noticed Shifeng's team returning to the residence. She hadn't been sure that she'd last much longer had Shifeng's team remained missing. "What's the guild's current situation?" Shifeng asked. "Overall, it's bad. Many players and adventurer teams have joined the guild in the last week or so, but the guild's finances were already tight. To make matters worse, Starlink has started attacking us in the surrounding neutral maps. We've already suffered over 50,000 casualties. We've nearly had to empty our savings just to compensate the slain players. Fortunately, Unyielding Soul has sent us some aid, so we've been able to maintain the guild's operations," Yulan explained with a bitter smile. "But if this keeps up, the guild's funds will run dry sooner or later. Moreover, the lack of funds isn't the most pressing issue right now. We've already depleted the weapons and equipment stock in our guild warehouse. If we don't replenish it soon, the guild won't be able to operate normally." "How did the guild fall into such a state? I thought I had told everyone to limit our activity earlier." Shifeng was surprised to hear that the guild has suffered so many deaths. Starlink had only begun its assault a day ago, yet it had slain more than 50,000 Zero-Wing players in that time. No matter how he thought about it, the feat shouldn't be possible. "Initially, we only lost around 20,000 lives, but Starlink refused to give up and ambushed out members after they moved to the Silverwing town area. Enraged, some of our guildmates led teams to face Starlink's members. Unfortunately, the results were far from ideal. The players Starlink has sent to attack us are impressively strong, especially a specific, fierce group. With just a 100-man team, they killed more than 10,000 of our players. 400 of the slain players were even members of the Dark Gods Legion. That team also destroyed 2 of our hell tanks. After that, I told everyone to stay put in Silverwing Town. Only then did our casualty rate decrease. However, Starlink's members have surrounded the town and are causing a ruckus. Many of our guild members have begun to express their opinions on this issue. Holding up in the town isn't a long-term solution." The matter clearly frustrated Yulan. This clash with Starlink had shown her how truly powerful superpowers were. The quantity and quality of Zero-Wing's experts and those in Starlink were on completely different levels. If current players weren't so low-leveled and low-tiered, not even Silverwing Town's defenses would have stopped Starlink's assault. "So, that's the case." Yolan's report gave Shifeng a rough understanding of the guild's situation. The predicament didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. The guild's collection of powerful weapons and equipment, as well as Zero-Wing's large number of Tier 2 players, was why the guild could provoke so many superpowers and win multiple major battles. However, not only had Tier 2 players become more common, but the gap between Zero-Wing's equipment standards and the various superpowers had begun to close. In addition, the new auction arena allowed the various superpowers to secure their rule in their territories, so they had less to worry about and could afford to dispatch more experts on long-distance tasks. "Fire, take some of our people to Silverwing Town and get rid of the players causing trouble outside of our walls. They do not qualify to flaunt their strength in Zero-Wing's territory," Shifeng said as he turned to Fire Dance, who stood beside him. Letting the guild's enemy cause a ruckus in its territory was bad for the guild's reputation. If this persisted, morale would also plummet. "Leave it to me." Fire Dance smiled and nodded. She had grown bored of grinding monsters in the Falling Star Secret Land, so this task would be a good change of pace. The assassin that teleported to Silverwing Town with Violet Cloud, Cola, and a few other core upper echelons. "Guild leader, those Starlink players are extraordinary and there are a lot of them. I'm afraid that they won't be so easy to deal with," Yulan expressed her concern as she watched Fire Dance lead a dozen or so comrades to Silverwing Town. "We're just chasing a bunch of riffraff away. We don't need to mobilize a full force," Shifeng calmly responded. "Anyways, you said the guild needs weapons and equipment? I have some. Use them to ease our current predicament." After saying so, Shifeng started a trade with Yulan and dropped one item after another into the window, all weapons and equipment from the Falling Star Secret Land. He had already given the Falling Fire Orb to Fire Dance, And with the fragmented legendary item, her team should be more than enough to deal with these problem players. When Yulan saw the weapons and equipment Shifeng traded to her, she was dumbfounded. Level 70 equipment? Yulan stared at the window incredulously. The various superpowers likely only had a handful of level 70 items, yet Shifeng handed her nearly 1,000 weapons and equipment pieces. Moreover, the weakest pieces of equipment were mysterious iron rank, while most of the items were secret silver rank. Taking a closer look at an item's attribute panel, Yulan's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Not only were these items level 70, but they also had an attribute that reduced players' stamina consumption. Current players dreamed of using such equipment. This stamina rate reduction equipment could sell for astronomical prices. Guild leader, are we really going to let everyone purchase these items from the guild warehouse? Yulan could not help but ask. Every weapon and equipment piece Shifeng had handed her was undoubtedly top tier at this stage of the game. These items could be used as capital to secure more resources in neutral maps. Any other guild would most likely reserve these weapons and equipment for their core members. They'd never give their normal and elite members access to such precious items. It's fine. Use them to motivate our members, Shifeng said, chuckling. While the level 70 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment were good, these pieces were nothing compared to the level 70 secret silver set equipment Shifeng still had in his bags. Yulan then stored the weapons and equipment in the guild warehouse, allowing members to purchase them for GCPs. Meanwhile, Shifeng secretly left the guild residence and made his way to the Adventurers Association to turn in the Lord of Fire's crusade quest. After all was said and done, the weapons and equipment he had collected were only a temporary solution. If Zero Wing wanted to defeat Starlink, these items wouldn't be enough. Zero Wing needed more funding and strength. Shortly after Shifeng left, the level 70 weapons and equipment appeared on the guild warehouse's exchange list. When they discovered these items, the guild members looking to upgrade their items stared at the new equipment with bloodshot eyes. Crap. Level 70 secret silver equipment. Am I dreaming? Did our guild rob some NPC's treasury? How do we have so many level 70 secret silver weapons and equipment? Quick look. This equipment reduces stamina consumption. Amazing! If I had a full set of this equipment, I wouldn't have to worry about my stamina when I'm exploring neutral maps. A commotion tore through Zero Wing's residence as guild members discovered the newly stocked guild warehouse and began to think of ways to earn more GCPs to purchase the level 70 weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new collection quickly reached the various major powers. Chapter 21-23, Hero Ranked Reward. Shortly after the level 70 weapons and equipment appeared in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, news of these items reached Starlink's Blood or Fortress. Several level 66 or higher experts watched 3 kills, who gazed at the scenery outside the window, nervously in the 5th floor meeting room in Starlink's residence. Vice Guild Leader, according to our spies in Zero Wing, the guild has offered nearly 1,000 level 70 weapons and pieces of equipment for purchase in its guild warehouse. Moreover, every equipment piece reduces stamina consumption, a level 66 ranger reported, watching 3 kills with a hint of desire in his gaze. Zero Wing's members are on cloud 9 because of this. Many of them are desperately trying to earn GCPs to purchase the stamina rate reduction equipment. This turn of events has certainly increased morale within the guild. The various superpowers still considered level 70 weapons and equipment extravagant at this stage of the game. Even experts like himself only wore level 65 fine gold items. If he could get his hands on 1 or 2 more pieces of level 65 dark gold equipment, he'd sleep with a wide grin on his face. However, Zero Wing had just offered its normal and elite members the chance to use level 70 secret silver weapons and equipment. This benefit was truly enviable. Moreover, the secret silver equipment reduced stamina consumption. He'd have a much easier time developing if he could purchase a few pieces of such equipment, yet players who weren't even ordinary experts had been given such an opportunity. The situation was maddening. How kind of Zero Wing to offer up such equipment. Even 3 kills was slightly surprised by Zero Wing's generosity. He chuckled and said, "Unfortunately, this is only a temporary measure. We have already prepared equipment for a protracted war. The guild leader has even amassed 300,000 gold to persuade outside experts to move against our enemy. The fact that Zero Wing is offering its normal and elite members such equipment only makes them juicier targets. I had thought that Black Flame would recall his guild members to Starmoon Kingdom and hold up there. It would have taken our guild a lot of time and resources to destroy Zero Wing if he had. However, it seems that he truly believes his guild is on equal footing with the various superpowers just because he's small victories against superpowers in the past. How foolish. Zero Wing is mistaken if it thinks it can face us head-on. It's simply overestimating itself," a tall woman in pitch-black leather armor said, frowning. She then said to 3 kills, "Vice Guild Leader, let's make our move before Dark Soul. We can't let Startled Wind and Dark Soul claim all of the glory. Of course, you Meng, go prepare. We're going to cut off all paths between Starmoon Kingdom and Silverwing Town. We'll eliminate the town's income." 3 kills said, nodding. "Leave it to me, Vice Guild Leader. I'll make sure that no one can reach the town by land," Yu Meng declared as she patted the heavy hammer she carried, absolute confidence shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shifeng had secretly reached the Adventurers Association's second-floor hall. "Lord Protector, how may I be of service?" a senior administrator asked as he approached Shifeng. "I wish to turn in a quest." "Here is the falling fire heart I've retrieved," Shifeng said as he pulled a rock enveloped in blue flame from his bag and handed it to the senior administrator. Every crusade quest required proof of completion. The falling fire heart was evidence of the Lord of Fire's defeat. The senior administrator was stunned when he saw the falling fire heart. Once he snapped out of his daze, the NPC looked at Shifeng with even greater respect. After verifying the falling fire heart's authenticity, a series of system notifications altered Shifeng. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for completing the Hero Crusade quest, Lord of Fire. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and promotion to 1-star honorary guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The system announcement echoed throughout Starmoon Kingdom 3 times, and every player in the kingdom heard it loud and clear. The various Adventurers Association branches throughout the kingdom also hung Zero Wing's guild flag in their main halls. Any player that visited would see these flags. This was proof of the guild's glory. Even if Zero Wing faded from God's domain, its flag would remain in Starmoon Kingdom's Adventurers Association branches. However, Shifeng was far more excited by the fact that his guild had become a 1-star honorary guild. An honorary guild. Countless guilds had dreamed of obtaining the title during his previous life. Even though the title was only effective in the kingdom or empire that had granted it, it was capital that would help a guild grow stronger. Even Shadow had fought desperately to earn the guild title, yet Shifeng had secured it for Zero Wing so soon in this life. Normally, guilds had to complete 3 Hero Crusade quests to earn the 1-star honorary guild title, but since Zero Wing was the first to complete such a quest in Starmoon Kingdom, the title had been granted as a bonus reward. The 1-star honorary guild title was easily worth more than 100 epic weapons and equipment pieces to the various guilds. Not only would the guild receive more high-ranked quests from NPC nobles due to the title, but its members would also receive a 5% boost to their basic attributes and EXP earned within the respective country. While a 5% boost to attributes and EXP didn't seem like much, it was an extraordinary boon to high-level players. Besides, many a little makes a mickle. Players with these buffs would gradually pull ahead of those without. As a result, the difference between guilds would continue to grow. After becoming a 1-star honorary guild in Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing's position in the kingdom was even sturdier than before. Without overwhelming strength, foreign powers could do nothing against the guild in Starmoon Kingdom. This was one of the reasons that the various major powers had fought so desperately to complete Hero Crusade quests in the past. A kingdom or empire's honorary guild title was akin to a terrain advantage in war. When Zero Wings members discovered the benefits of being a 1-star honorary guild, they couldn't help their growing excitement. Although they couldn't currently grind in neutral maps, with this guild title, they could grind in Star Moon Kingdom, and they wouldn't level any slower than in neutral maps. Moreover, they also had a certain advantage against the kingdom's field bosses. Commander, Zero Wing has more hope of survival now. Even if Starlink prevents Zero Wing from developing in neutral maps, the guild can safely develop in Star Moon Kingdom, Iluofei, who currently resided in Silverwing Town, exclaimed. Due to Yen Tianxing's suggestion, the FFF Adventurer team had joined Zero Wing, but despite that, it couldn't do much to change the guild's situation in the Ore Empire. Starlink was simply too strong when it got serious. Zero Wing's members couldn't even set foot outside the town. The various powers that could explore neutral moss would eventually surpass those who couldn't. Fortunately, now that Zero Wing had received an honorary guild title, its development speed wouldn't be affected if it couldn't develop in neutral maps. At the very least, ordinary powers shouldn't hope to surpass the guild. Starlink would also find Zero Wing far more difficult to deal with in Star Moon Kingdom. As long as Zero Wing persisted, it was bound to turn its situation around. God's domain constantly changed, after all, and Starlink couldn't afford to focus all of its strength against Zero Wing all the time. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't made it this far by relying on luck. It had been patiently enduring until it accomplished this feat. Yen Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief when he read the system announcement. He had fought Starlink's experts plenty of times before, and he had to admit that it was a frighteningly powerful guild. It had already dispatched an astonishing number of experts to the Ore Empire, and the Mad Beast Legion tore through the Empire like a typhoon. The Legion left devastation in its path. Its members had almost succeeded in killing Yen Tianxing as well. If not for Silverwing Town's magic towers and guardian puppets, Yen Tianxing had no doubt that Mad Beast and his legion would have captured the town by now. Commander, look. Zero Wing's main force members have arrived. It looks like they're planning to confront the Mad Beast Legion. Ilufei said as she pointed at Fire Dance's team, which had appeared near the town's entrance and seemed to be heading for Mad Beast Legion's campsite. Have they lost their minds? Yen Tianxing's anxiety peaked as he watched the 30-plus players direct their mounts toward the enemy legion. Chapter 21-24, Confrontation at the Entrance. On a small hill outside Silverwing Town, dozens of members of the Mad Beast Legion had set up camp and were resting. Currently, these players were whining and dining without a care in the world, completely disregarding the heavily fortified Silverwing Town several thousand yards away. The commander is being too careful this time. He's actually having us simply stand guard here. Can't we just destroy Silverwing Town? What can Zero Wing do against us? A level 67 Guardian Knight said as he glanced at the distant Silverwing Town. Previously, everyone was talking about how powerful Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion was. In the end, didn't we slaughter that legion's members? The Mad Beast Legion was an existence known throughout the western continent of God's domain for having destroyed over 20 guild towns, some of which were even controlled by superpowers. Yet, now, their commander, Startled Wind, was actually having them stand guard outside Silverwing Town and had only tasked them with preventing players from leaving the town. This was completely different from their normal operations. Panther, stop grumbling. At least you got to get some exercise with those people from the Dark Gods Legion. We have only mobs to fight against. There's not even a field boss in sight, a level 67 berserker carrying a white bone greatsword said, rolling his eyes at the Guardian Knight named Black Panther. To maintain surveillance on Silverwing Town, the Mad Beast Legion had split into two groups. One group would either grind for levels or rest, while the other group would keep watch over the town. The two groups took turns, switching responsibilities with each other to prevent their levels from falling behind. Alright, that's enough. The commander naturally has his reasons. Moreover, whether in terms of defensive structures or NPC soldiers, Silverwing Town is much stronger than the towns we've destroyed thus far. In a frontal confrontation, even if we do succeed in capturing Silverwing Town, we'll most likely suffer significant losses, a level 68 scholarly man wearing silvery gray leather armor said. In a deep tone, he continued, while our task this time is indeed to destroy Zero Wing, we also have to conserve our strength. After all, our true enemy is not a measly guild like Zero Wing but those bastards from the Western continent. Since we can slowly whittle down Zero Wing without suffering any damage, we naturally don't need to invest too much effort and reveal our trump cards. At the scholarly man's words, everyone present immediately lost their sloppy manner and grew serious, especially at the mention of the bastards from the Western continent. Vice Commander, I heard that Zero Wing's Black Flame is very strong and that he had actually defeated the 4 Shadow Demon Sword Demon. Between him and the Commander, who do you think is stronger? Black Panther could not help but ask curiously. When the Mad Beast Legion members heard Black Panther's question, they sent curious gazes at the scholarly man as well. They were conversant with the 4 Shadow Demons' strength. Every one of the 4 Shadow Demons was an absolute monster that had reached the domain realm decades ago. Meanwhile, among the 4, Sword Demon was ranked number 1 when it came to a frontal clash. However, they did not have a very clear idea of the strength of their commander, as they had never actually seen Startled Wind display it before. The only person that might know would be their vice commander, Cloudy Mountain. After all, Startled Wind and Cloudy Mountain were once enemies. Both of them possessed monster-level strength. 50-50, I guess. After all, a field battle is different from an official competition. There are many things you can use in a field battle that you can't in a competition, Cloudy Mountain replied after giving the matter some thought. Vice Commander, aren't you giving that Black Flame too much credit? In my opinion, that Black Flame might not even be a match for Party Leader Inc., let alone having an even chance against the Commander. That's right. That Sword Demon is already an old man. His mental state is no longer at its peak. Although Party Leader Inc. might not be a match for Sword Demon in terms of combat standards, in a field battle, she can definitely kill that old man. Everyone felt that their vice commander was blowing things out of all proportion. The 4 Shadow Demons might be legends, but the Mad Beast Legion's current fame and strength were both superior to the 4 Shadow Demons. Setting aside the Mad Beast Legion's commander and vice commander, just its team leaders were already enough to inspire fear in even first-rate guilds. Take Ink Rain, the Mad Beast Legion's number 1 party leader, for example. She had fought over 10 monster-level experts thus far. Moreover, like every member of the Mad Beast Legion, she was also very adept at field battles. If Ink Rain fought Sword Demon out in the fields, even Sword Demon would be in serious trouble. While the Mad Beast Legion members were bickering, dust clouds suddenly appeared a short distance away. Some of the players that were keeping a lookout on the campsite's surroundings noticed this immediately. Vice Commander, there are people charging toward us from Silverwing Town, a ranger shouted after observing the dust clouds using eagle eyes. Zero Wing's members are finally unable to sit still. We'll finally get to exercise our bodies, Black Panther said, smiling as he licked his lips. Your luck really is good. I'll definitely ask to be in the same group as you next time, Brilliant Python, the berserker carrying the white bone greatsword, said with excitement. How many people did they send? Cloudy Mountain asked as he stood up from his seat. A little over 30, the observing ranger reported carefully. Just 30 plus. For a moment, the Mad Beast Legion members could not help but be stunned. They even wondered if the ranger had seen missed 1 or 2 zeros. That's right, just 30 plus. However, judging by their appearances, I think these people are part of Zero Wing's main force, the ranger explained. Main force? Is Zero Wing really that stupid? Does it think it can deal with our Mad Beast Legion with just 30-odd players? Vice Commander, let my 6th party take the field. I'll make sure that none of these people return alive. Laughing at the number of players Zero Wing had dispatched, the Mad Beast Legion members immediately took the initiative to volunteer themselves for the upcoming fight, afraid that someone would steal this opportunity from them. Ink and Panther, bring your 2 parties and go teach those people a lesson. However, this is also a rare opportunity. Contact 3 Kills men and have them come here immediately using a group teleportation scroll. We need to launch a full encirclement and make sure nobody escapes. Cloudy Mountain commanded as he looked at the approaching figures of Fire Dance and the others from Zero Wing. Understood. Black Panther and the others could not help feeling a little stunned when they heard Cloudy Mountain's orders. Never imagined that their vice commander would take Zero Wing's members so seriously. However, they still obeyed without hesitation. The Mad Beast Legion had a total of 20 parties. Each party had 6 members and was fully capable of slaying expert teams consisting of several hundred players. In reality, just one party would be more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 30-plus main force members. Sending 2 parties against so few players was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Following which Ink Rain and Black Panther, together with their party members, charged at Fire Dance's team, the distance between the two sides rapidly closing. The players in Silverwing Town soon took notice of this situation. At this point, everyone was already aware that Zero Wing was holing up in Silverwing Town. The fact that Zero Wing had suddenly obtained the honorary guild title further reaffirmed their thoughts that it was planning on lying low in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, Zero Wing taking the initiative to send its main force members at the Mad Beast Legion was outside of everyone's expectations. Zero Wing's main force is going up against the Mad Beast Legion. We're going to have an interesting show to watch. I wonder who will win. You must have never seen how frightening those people from the Mad Beast Legion are. With just a little over 100 players, they've killed over 10,000 players from Zero Wing. Every member of the Mad Beast Legion is a monster. Although Zero Wing's main force members are strong, they're probably still inferior to the Mad Beast Legion members. Zero Wing is truly reckless to send so few players. If it were up to me, I would organize at least a 1,000-man team to take on the Mad Beast Legion. While the players residing in Silverwing Town were discussing the upcoming battle, Yen Tianxing, who was chasing after Fire Dance's team, frowned grimly when he saw the 2 parties the Mad Beast Legion dispatched. Not good. Those are Ink Rain's and Black Panther's parties. We need to help them quickly. Yen Tianxing shouted hurriedly to his team. He had fought Ink Rain and Black Panther before. He would already have his hands full just dealing with Black Panther alone. Black Panther possessed extraordinary strength, fighting more like a fierce berserker than a Guardian Knight. Going up against the Guardian Knight in a frontal confrontation was simply impossible. Ink Rain was even more frightening. In just one exchange, Yen Tianxing had nearly lost his life. If not for a special magic scroll that forcibly saved his life, he wouldn't have been able to block Ink Rain's second hit at all. Even if Zero Wing had Fire Dance taking the lead, Yen Tianxing did not think that her group could last very long against both Black Panther and Ink Rain. Unfortunately, Yen Tianxing's team was still a tad too slow. In the end, they could only watch as Fire Dance's group and Ink Rain's group got within 30 yards of each other and started attacking each other. Zero Wing. Black Panther laughed as he leaped into the air, the icy blue shield he wielded transforming into a gigantic energy shield that smashed down on Fire Dance's group. Not only did Black Panther's attack cover a 30-yard radius, but the strength it carried also warped the space around it. The distant spectating members of Zero Wing paled reflexively at this scene. This move was most likely sufficient to annihilate a 100-man expert team instantly. Just as the mountain-like energy shield was about to land on the Zero Wing group, Cola suddenly jumped into the air with Titan Guard raised. The fragmented legendary shield then transformed into a blazing streak of light that clashed with the descending energy shield. Tier 2 skill, Divine Impact. Boom! An explosion echoed throughout the entire battlefield. In the next moment, Black Panther's gigantic energy shield cracked and disappeared. As for Black Panther himself, he went flying back. Even after he landed, he stumbled 3 steps backward before he managed to stabilize himself. In contrast, Cola remained standing steadily where he lighted. Chapter 21-25, Steamroll. The 2 Guardian Knights' initial clash caused a huge commotion. Even players standing thousands of yards away felt the resulting shockwave. So strong. The various major powers and independent experts watching the battle from magic mirrors in Silverwing Town couldn't believe their eyes. Rather than players, Cola and Black Panther looked like two gigantic beasts as they fought for the upper hand. Every one of their movements shook the ground as the sky above them rumbled. These Guardian Knights' strength was so far from ordinary experts that the difference was like that between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Yen Tianxing's heart pounded madly as he watched Black Panther fly backward and stumble 3 steps before regaining his footing. Yen Tianxing was very familiar with Black Panther's strength, which even surpassed a Great Lord's. After including his skill bonuses, Black Panther's strength could certainly rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. In the few instances that Yen Tianxing had faced Black Panther's energy shield, he had been forced to rely on vanish or wind steps to evade the attack. Cola, on the other hand, only relied on ordinary Tier 2 skills to block or evade Black Panther's attacks, and it was obvious that the Zero Wing member had even higher strength than his opponent. If Cola had activated a Berserk skill, this scene might have made sense, but he clearly hadn't. He actually overwhelmed Black Panther with only Tier 2 skills. His strength was truly inhuman. Who is he? A trace of fear flashed in Black Panther's gaze as he stared at Cola's bear-like figure. This outcome shocked Black Panther even more than Yen Tianxing. The Mad Beast Legion's members weren't ordinary Tier 2 players. They had all undergone bloodline replacement, which meant that their life ratings were much higher than ordinary Tier 2 players, rivaling demon players. However, they gained far more to their basic attributes when they leveled up than demon players. Their basic attributes were far beyond what ordinary Tier 2 players could achieve. The only flaw bloodline replacement had was the intense difficulty players faced during their future class promotions, but those capable of earning a place among the Mad Beast Legion were experts among experts. They were all confident of completing their future promotions without issues. Once they did, they'd be much stronger than players of the same tier, so they didn't mind the extra difficulty. Black Panther quickly disregarded his surprise. PvP battles weren't decided solely by the combatant's basic attributes. Immediately, the Starlink Guardian Knight raised his shield and charged at Cola again. He didn't intend to fight Cola head-on this time, relying on his speed to outmaneuver his opponent, find weak points, and slowly chip away the enemy Guardian Knight's HP. After the bloodline replacement, players' movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would improve considerably. While this improvement might not do much for agile assassins, it would be extremely beneficial for bulky Guardian Knights. However, Cola did not give Black Panther any chances to touch his HP. He immediately activated the Scorching Wind Set's War God of Fire skill, transforming into a 6-meter-tall, flaming giant. Wielding a burning axe in one hand and a flaming shield in the other, Cola looked like this land's overlord. Raising his fiery axe, Cola swung down at Black Panther's approaching figure. Zero Wing's lead MT had gained a general understanding of Black Panther's power during their initial clash. If he tried to rely on techniques to defeat his enemy, Black Panther would eventually whittle him down, and he'd lose. After all, Black Panther's basic attributes were roughly on par with his own. The only way Cola could win this fight was by relying on overwhelming power. Damn it! Black Panther's expression darkened as he watched the gigantic axe descend toward him. He could tell that this attack likely had the strength of a mythic monster, and Cola's attack had a massive 30-yard radius. With less than 10 yards between them, dodging the axe was impossible. Instinctively, Black Panther activated his Berserk skill, his basic attributes skyrocketing. He then activated Protection Blessing and moved forward to greet Cola's attack. When Cola's flaming axe collided with Black Panther's shield, a towering pillar of fire rose from the point of impact. The flames instantly scorched the ground beneath Black Panther's feet. Boom! As the fire subsided and revealed the fighters, the watching players couldn't help but gasp. The difference between the two Guardian Knights' strength hadn't been that large during the previous clash, yet even after Black Panther had activated his Berserk skill, Cola was still tremendously stronger than the Starlink player. With just one attack, Cola had devoured 20% of Black Panther's HP, and the ground beneath his opponent had sunk by roughly 4 meters. Cola's strength was simply horrific. However, no one knew that the Scorching Wind set Cola wore had been known as one of the strongest level 70 sets during Shifeng's previous life. Although it was only a fine gold set equipment, the War God of Fire skill boosted the player's life rating to archaic species and granted a massive boost to their basic attributes. Using an ordinary Berserk skill to contend with the War God of Fire was laughable. Naturally, Cola didn't stop after landing the one attack. He immediately raised his flaming axe and attacked again. With an archaic species life rating, Cola's reaction speed and 5 senses were far more acute than normal. His attack's precision gave Black Panther no room to dodge. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. As Cola landed his 5th attack, Black Panther's HP finally reached 0, his body burning to ash. Cola's strikes had been so fast that the healer in Black Panther's party hadn't had enough time to react and start casting a healing spell before the Guardian Knight had died. As if time had frozen, everyone stared at Cola's War God of Fire form with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? The Mad Beast Legion members were stupefied. They couldn't believe that Black Panther, who had activated his Berserk and life-saving skills, had suffered such a decisive defeat. He hadn't even been able to retaliate before Cola had hacked him to pieces. Techniques. Life-saving skills. Before absolute power, none of these mattered. As Cola was about to switch targets and charge at another Mad Beast Legion member, a lithe figure appeared behind him and thrust an icy-cold dagger into his back. Cola lost 1/9 of his HP before he could react. The damage shocked Cola. With War God of Fire active, he had more than 1 million HP, and his defense was astonishingly high. It would be impressive to find a Tier 2 player who could deal over -20,000 damage to him. Ye's new opponent had dealt over -150,000 with a single attack. His new opponent's attack power was incredible. Hurriedly, Cola activated Fire God's Wrath with a furious bellow. Flames erupted from the ground around him, enveloping a 15-yard radius. Seeing this, the lithe figure landed another before retreating. By the time these flames devoured everything around Cola, the figure stood 15 yards away, at the very edge of the raging inferno. The spectators only got a clear view of this lithe figure once the fire around Cola had subsided. She was a mesmerizing woman with snow-white hair. Silver divine runes covered her body, and she held 2 daggers that matched her hair color. Her clothing was as dark as the night sky. Careful! She's the Mad Beast Legion's #1 assassin, Ink Rain. Yen Tianxing shouted a warning, fear flashing in his eyes when he saw her face. His memory of this woman was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't forget her even if he wanted to. If he hadn't had an ancient life-saving scroll, Ink Rain would have killed him during their past encounter. Cola pushed his 5 senses to their limits as he watched Ink Rain. He could sense the threat of death from this woman, and if he hadn't already transformed into a War God of Fire, she likely would have killed him in those 2 moves. Meanwhile, when the Mad Beast Legion members saw Ink Rain taking on Zero Wing's monstrous Guardian Knight, they cheered from their campsite on the nearby hill. Although Black Panther led his own party in the Legion as well, there was a massive difference between him and this female assassin. "I've truly underestimated Zero Wing's experts," Cloudy Mountain said as he watched Cola. He commanded, "Notify 3 kills men and tell them to hurry it up. These Zero Wing players aren't your average opponents. Also, Python, lead your party to assist Ink and the others. She'll likely need some time to take out that Guardian Knight if she's fighting by herself." Cola's performance had been surprising, but as the Mad Beast Legion's vice commander, Cloudy Mountain was very familiar with Ink Rain's strength. He was certain that she could defeat Cola. However, the members of her and Black Panther's parties would likely face a bitter battle against Zero Wing's other members while Ink Rain was busy with the Guardian Knight. To end this quickly and avoid unnecessary losses, Cloudy Mountain thought it wise to send another party. As Brilliant Python and his party prepared to move out, Zero Wing's other members engaged Ink Rain and Black Panther's party members in combat. Meanwhile, Cola used his strongest skills against the enemy assassin, but despite his efforts, Ink Rain gracefully dodged every fervent attack. Cola's axe didn't even brush Ink Rain's clothing. On the contrary, Ink Rain dealt some damage from time to time. It seems Zero Wing's experts only amount to so much. Glancing at the Guardian Knight before her, Ink Rain spun her daggers, clasping them in a reverse grip. The two weapons then transformed into crystalline short swords so sharp that space around them began to crack. Following which, Female Assassin became a blur before splitting into 3 clones. All 3 attacked Cola from different directions. 6 black lines reached for the Guardian Knight, and despite Cola's improved reaction speed, he was only able to block 4 of the 6 attacks. As the 2 remaining black lines were about to bite into Cola's flaming form, 2 sword-likes abruptly intercepted them. The black lines disintegrated into nothing the moment they encountered the sword lights, sparing Cola. "Who are you?" Ink Rain frowned at the figure that had suddenly appeared beside Cola. Her attack had been absolutely perfect, containing as much power as a mythic monster of the same level. Even with his peerless strength, Cola had barely shrugged off her attacks. However, this new arrival had effortlessly countered her strikes. Most importantly, this new arrival had predicted her attack trajectories. Her attack trajectories changed constantly, and her attacks were extremely fast. If not for Cola's shield, he would never have been able to block 4 of her strikes. Yen Tianxing, who rushed toward the battle from a distance, was just as astonished to see Cola spared from the attack. If he had been Cola's reinforcement, stopping just one of Ink Rain's attacks would have taken everything he had. After a moment of silence, the figure beside Cola spoke, her clear, crisp voice echoing across the battlefield. "I'm Zero Wing's Fire Dance." Chapter 21-26, Sudden Cry. After seeing Fire Dance in action, the distant spectating Mad Beast Legion members realized this was serious. Unlike Ink Rain, glowing, silver runes didn't cover Fire Dance's body. Instead, her form was shrouded in a black mist as if she were some kind of demon lord. "That woman's amazing. She actually blocked party leader Ink's killing move." Everyone in the Mad Beast Legion knew how powerful Ink Rain was. Not even a handful of them could block her attacks. She had also activated Divine Phantasm already. Divine Phantasm was Ink Rain's exclusive berserk skill, and it was much stronger than ordinary skills of the same type. When active, Divine Phantasm granted Ink Rain godly reaction speed. She could kill even monster-level experts instantly if they were not careful. Even Cloudy Mountain would have to avoid facing her head-on if she had the berserk skill active. Yet, someone who could block Ink Rain's attacks while she had Divine Phantasm active had just joined the fray. Why wouldn't they be surprised? "Fire Dance? You're the commander of Zero Wing's main force?" Ink Rain gave the woman a playful smile as she observed Fire Dance. "I never would have thought that, aside from Black Flame, Zero Wing had another powerful expert. It seems this battle will finally become interesting. All right, come at me, both of you." Ink Rain's arrogance enraged Zero Wing's main force members. In contrast, Yen Tianxing and FFF's former members didn't seem angry as they arrived on the scene. Rather, they watched Ink Rain with fear in their eyes. They knew how strong this willowy woman truly was. "Be careful, Commander Fire Dance. She's far stronger than what she's shown thus far. I suggest that we work together to take her down while she's still being reckless. I'm afraid that we will find her far more difficult to deal with once she gets serious," Yen Tianxing quietly suggested. Yen Tianxing had gained a faint understanding of the woman's prowess when he had fought her. She wasn't just a domain realm monster, she had actually progressed quite far in the domain realm. Moreover, she hadn't taken Cola seriously since she had joined the fight. He was certain of that much. When Ink Rain had previously activated Divine Phantasm, she had single-handedly destroyed a Guardian Puppet and Hell Tank. However, that wasn't the woman's most frightening aspect. Her speed was far more dangerous, even heaven-defying. When He-Ad fought her, none of the supporting Guardian Puppets or Hell Tanks had been able to land a single hit. Although Cola currently had the strength to rival mythic monsters, he was far slower than the Guardian Puppets. His overall combat power was only on par with the constructs, He wouldn't be able to hit Ink Rain despite his best efforts. Even though Fire Dance had joined the battle, her participation was no different than pitting two guardian puppets up against Ink Rain. Killing this female assassin would still be arduous. They only had a chance if they worked with him and Tilufe. If the four of them cooperated, even Ink Rain would be in trouble. No, I'll deal with her myself. I want you guys to make sure the others don't escape, Fire Dance said, shaking her head. This, Fire Dance's reply made Yen Tianxing anxious. He could guess what Zero Wing's top assassin was thinking. He, too, had thought that he could defeat any expert he encountered when he had been young. But Ink Rain was no ordinary expert. She was even stronger than ordinary monster-level experts, and not even Black Flame would necessarily defeat this assassin. Since Big Sis Fire is sure, Brother Yen, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's focus on the other Mad Beast Legion members, Cola advised. Cola's confidence rendered Yen Tianxing speechless. They had just thrown away the perfect opportunity to deal with Ink Rain. Now, she'd be far more difficult to defeat. Ink Rain likely had a firm grasp of Zero Wing's strength by now, and with her speed and wits, entrapping her would be impossible. Are you done yet? Ink Rain asked, flashing Yen Tianxing and Iluofe a faint smile. If you want to come at me together, I won't mind. She was absolutely confident in her strength and speed. Two more Void Realm experts wouldn't change the outcome of this fight. It would be a waste to face you with 4 people. I'll be more than enough, Fire Dance calmly replied. You? Alone? How confident? I wonder if you really are strong enough to back up your claim? Ink Rain's gaze grew chilly when she heard Fire Dance's response, and the experts around them shuddered as they felt her killing intent. Ink Rain then vanished and transformed into 5 phantoms as she dashed toward Fire Dance. 9 phantom steps. Party leader Ink is getting serious. That girl, Fire Dance, is definitely dead now. She's actually dared to anger party leader Ink. When they saw Ink Rain vanish and reappear alongside 4 copies, the Mad Beast Legion members' eyes glowed with respect and admiration. 9 Phantom Steps was a bronze combat technique Starlink had obtained through a bronze legacy tablet. Of all of the Mad Beast Legion members, only Ink Rain had learned a portion of the technique. Although Ink Rain still couldn't create 9 phantoms, the fact that she could create 5 was astounding. Moreover, not even Domain Realm experts could differentiate between the 5 phantoms. Although the 9 Phantom Steps was an incredibly powerful technique, it had glaring flaws. Using the combat technique consumed an extraordinary amount of stamina and concentration. Even a monster like Ink Rain could only execute the technique 4 times with full stamina and concentration. Seeing her utilize the technique in combat was a rare treat. It's over. Yen Tianxing's expression sank when he saw Ink Rain's 5 clones. He knew that she was an absolute monster, but he hadn't realized that she was this strong. Not even he could determine which phantom was Ink Rain's real body, not to mention Fire Dance. As the 5 phantoms reached Fire Dance, they all brandished their gleaming white short swords, launching 10 attacks in total. The attacks were imperceptibly fast and accurate, impossible to block or dodge. Moreover, Ink Rain had launched all 10 in intervals. Even if Fire Dance used Vanish or Wind Steps, the skill's brief invulnerability could save her from all 10 attacks. Activate! Fire Dance shouted as she activated the falling fire orb in her bag. Her aura skyrocketed instantly, and everyone around her was suddenly overwhelmed with terror as its intensity washed over them. For a moment, they felt as if a true mythic monster stood before them. Zero Wing's assassin then brandished her 1,000 transformations. Fire Dance didn't seem to move quickly. In fact, everyone watching could see her actions clearly. However, the world seemed to freeze as she brandished her fragmented legendary weapon. It looked like only Fire Dance moved while everyone around her stood still. Where 1,000 transformations passed, it left behind a black spatial tear surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. As everyone watched, the weapon slowly collided with Ink Rain's snow-white short swords. Boom! Starlink's female assassin shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground 15 yards away from Fire Dance. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as his short swords hummed with an ear-piercing sound. A moment later, 1/5 of Ink Rain's HP bar vanished. Chapter 21-27, Tier 3 Strength. As the assassin's weapons collided, a metallic clang echoed across the battlefield. The players fighting their own battles couldn't help but pause at the sound. The distant Mad Beast Legion members froze, staring at Fire Dance. They simply couldn't process that someone had nullified their number 1 assassin's ultimate move so easily. With Divine Phantasm active, Ink Rain's speed was unparalleled. When combined with 9 Phantom Steps, not even Domain Realm experts could distinguish between her 5 Phantoms. They'd be forced to gamble on a target with only a 20% chance of success. However, not only had Fire Dance targeted Ink Rain's real body without hesitation, but she had also kept up with her enemy's divine attack speed effortlessly. As if that weren't enough, Fire Dance's attack had the strength to send Ink Rain flying. She's been repelled. The various major powers and independent experts watching the fight via magic mirrors gaped when they saw the scene. They didn't even know how to react. The players in Silverwing Town knew how powerful Ink Rain was. She had single-handedly destroyed a Hell Tank and Guardian Puppet during the last major battle outside of the town, after all. Moreover, she had completed the task as the Dark Gods Legion watched. Yet, Fire Dance was able to throw such a terrifying expert so easily. Why wouldn't the watching players be shocked? How is this possible? Yen Tianxing stared at Fire Dance in confusion, shock and joy dominating his heart. He had never expected Fire Dance to be so powerful enough so that she could even contend with Ink Rain. Yen Tianxing was certain that Ink Rain's ultimate move could kill him in an instant if he had to stand against it. Whether or not he could match her speed, he'd only have a 20% chance of stopping Ink Rain's assault. Not even he could determine which of the 5 Phantoms was Ink Rain's true form. While the spectators were shocked over the clash's unexpected outcome, Ink Rain stood back up and carefully observed her opponent. Not bad. You're the first to stop me since I've learned 9 Phantom Steps. Ink Rain praised, watching the other woman with excitement. I wonder if you can stop my next move? This is my initial application of 9 Phantom Steps. I have never used it against anyone before. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me. As soon as Ink Rain finished speaking, her body split into 2 copies. Even the copies' auras were identical, and both were physical manifestations. Both copies then executed 9 Phantom Steps simultaneously, creating 10 clones in total. All 10 clones then pounced on Fire Dance, and Yen Tianxing's scalp tingled as he watched. Executing a combat technique through a doppelganger was extremely difficult. Players didn't have as much control with their doppelgangers as they did with their true bodies. Yen Tianxing could barely execute a basic combat technique through his doppelgangers, yet Ink Rank used a complex technique like 9 Phantom Steps. Her combat standard was absurd. Now, not only did Fire Dance have to deal with 10 copies of Ink Rain, but 2 of them were also the real deal. Even if Fire Dance could block one of the physical copies, she couldn't block both without using a doppelganger skill that could summon a combat-capable clone with how high Ink Rain's attack speed was. However, such doppelganger skills were incredibly rare. Not everybody had a doppelganger skill as perverted as Shurfang's, which allowed him to summon 8 combat-capable copies that shared 100% of his basic attributes. The commander of Zero Wing's main force is certainly strong. She has actually forced Ink to take her seriously. Brilliant Python, who had just reached the battlefield, was astonished when he saw his comrades' 10 Phantoms. Even their commander, Startled Wind, had praised Ink Rain for her latest move. He had admitted that not even he could stop the move without using an invulnerability skill with more than a few second duration. Meanwhile, Ink Rain altered her attack pattern, using a different pattern than earlier. Her 10 Phantoms intertwined. It was obvious that Ink Rain no longer wanted to face Fire Dance head-on. Rather, she planned to defeat her opponent with her superior technique. After circling Zero Wing's top assassin for a moment, all 10 of Ink Rain's copies attacked Fire Dance from multiple directions. Absolute strike. The 10 phantoms immediately transformed into streaks of shadow as they plunged toward their target with far more attack speed than what Ink Rain had revealed thus far. When the enemy clones were less than a yard from her, Fire Dance lightly swung her 1,000 transformations, cutting the space before her. A crescent-shaped spatial tear appeared around Fire Dance, rapidly extending until it acted as a shield to protect its creator. Before anyone could react, they heard two muffled sounds. Two figures then flew 15 yards away from Fire Dance. These figures were none other than Ink Rain and her physical doppelganger. The doppelganger had lost half of its HP, while Ink Rain had lost another 1/5. Impossible! Ink Rain stared at the other female assassin in astonishment. She couldn't wrap her mind around how Fire Dance had repelled her attacks. Her speed was undoubtedly at the peak of Tier 2 players. Just blocking one of her attacks was nearly impossible. Blocking two would be a godly act. Admittedly, Ink Rain had considered the possibility that Fire Dance would use a life-saving skill to block one of her attacks, but she had never dreamed that the other assassin would send both her and her doppelganger flying with a single counterstrike. To make matters worse, Ink Rain recognized that Fire Dance hadn't used some powerful skill to throw her and her doppelganger. It had been a simple slash, yet this normal counterstrike had kept up with both of her attacks. It just didn't make sense. As Ink Rain watched her opponent in confusion, Fire Dance abruptly disappeared. Where is she? Did she use Vanish? Everyone's curiosity grew when they lost track of Zero Wing's assassin. Ink Rain pushed her 5 senses to their limits to detect her opponent, but before she realized it, Fire Dance already stood before her, her 1,000 transformations gracefully descending on her. However, despite discovering the woman, Ink Rain wasn't fast enough to react to the attack, no matter how hard she tried. She could only watch as the short sword bit into her. As 1,000 transformations sliced through Ink Rain's body, Starlink lost the last of her HP. Ink Rain's vision darkened, and her body collapsed before she even had the chance to comment. So fast. Although the process seemed slow, the spectators hadn't had time to take a breath before Fire Dance had ended Ink Rain's life. Ink Rain's dead. How is this possible? The players watching the battle stared with slack jaws. Without any suspense, an expert of Ink Rain's caliber had been slain. Why wouldn't they be shocked? The scene even surprised Cola. No one here had a better idea of Fire Dance's prowess than he, and even if she carried a fragmented legendary weapon and more epic items than he had, she shouldn't be this powerful. Naturally, the victory didn't faze Fire Dance. She wielded one of the guild's top secrets, the falling fire orb, which only her and Shifeng knew about. With her artificial rise to Tier 3, fighting a Tier 2 player like Ink Rain was like pitting an adult against a baby. To everyone else, Ink Rain might have seemed lightning fast, but Fire Dance had no issues keeping up with the other assassin's speed. When it came to a competition of strength, needless to say, Fire Dance had an overwhelming advantage. While everyone was shocked over Ink Rain's death, Fire Dance wasn't idle. She shifted her sights to the Mad Beast Legion's remaining members. Tier 2 players were little more than infants before a Tier 3 player. Without powerful life-saving tools, they had no hope of contending with Fire Dance. Furthermore, Fire Dance had a fragmented legendary weapon to amplify her basic attribute and physique advantages. In moments, Fire Dance annihilated Ink Rain, Black Panther, and Brilliant Python's parties. Of the 3 Mad Beast Legion party leaders that participated in the battle, Brilliant Python was certainly the most unfortunate. As soon as he arrived on the battlefield, Fire Dance's sword claimed his life. He hadn't even had the chance to flee. For a time, silence dominated the battlefield. The spectating major powers and independent players in Silverwing Town were terrified as they watched the fights play out. How was this supposed to be a battle? This was just a massacre. What should we do, Vice Commander? One of the Mad Beast Legion members asked Cloudy Mountain, watching Fire Dance slaughter his allies, one after another, with a terrified expression. Retreat. Cloudy Mountain commanded, still watching Zero Wing's top assassin. Chapter 21-28, True Strength. As the Mad Beast Legion members on the hill outside of Silverwing Town used return scrolls and disappeared, the players in the town were in an uproar. What? That Mad Beast Legion is so scared it's running away. The spectating players in Silverwing Town could not believe their eyes as they stared at the now deserted hill. They had witnessed the Legion's power personally. Every one of the Legion's members was basically a monster, easily capable of taking on tens of thousands of enemies. The Mad Beast Legion had already proven its prowess by killing more than 10,000 Zero Wing members, including many expert players. Yet, such a monstrous legion had fled from Zero Wing's main force members. Of course, these spectators didn't consider the Mad Beast Legion's retreat incomprehensible either. Fire Dance had displayed horrific strength, slaying the Legion's members as if they were common monsters. She had fought like some god on a mortal battlefield. However, although Fire Dance was very strong, she was still only one person, and whatever she had used to increase her power should have a time limit. Once she lost that boost, the Mad Beast Legion was more than capable of continuing its assault against Zero Wing, and they'd definitely receive more reinforcements from Starlink. Even if Fire Dance's boost lasted longer than expected, the Legion could gradually wear her down and kill her once their reinforcements arrived. And yet, the Legion had decided to retreat after only suffering minor losses. This turn of events confused the spectating independent players in Silverwing Town. The Mad Beast Legion had previously boasted that it would kill any player that exited Silverwing Town's gates, yet these players had run with their tails between their legs. This choice certainly dragged the Legion's reputation through the mud. Only the various major powers experts understood why the Mad Beast Legion had chosen to retreat. Unlike the general populace, they understood the implications of Fire Dance's ability to kill an expert like Ink Rain so effortlessly. Numbers wouldn't matter before a player like Fire Dance. Sending in any number of experts that were weaker than Ink Rain would be futile. She could slay those experts as easily as killing low-level monsters. Fire Dance's destructive power on a battlefield was akin to a strategic missile. Even if Fire Dance had activated a berserk skill and her peerless strength had a time limit, she could end countless players' lives in that time. Furthermore, she could simply retreat to Silverwing Town before the skill's duration ended, and the Mad Beast Legion wouldn't be able to touch her. After waiting for the cooldown to end, she could repeat the process. The Legion would only continue to suffer if it insisted on standing its ground. Hence, cutting their losses and retreating was the wisest decision Starlink's players could make. I really hadn't expected Zero Wing to have such a trump card remaining. Starlink will likely find it more difficult to cut off Silverwing Town now. That's right. Unless Starlink has a player that can contend with Fire Dance, it'd only be asking for trouble by trying to suppress the town. The strength Fire Dance had displayed even deterred the various major powers for a time. They abandoned their original plans to interfere with Zero Wing's profits. Setting aside the invincible monster that was Fire Dance, they couldn't afford to provoke Cola and Zero Wing's other main force members. At the same time, these powers realized how important expert players truly were to a guild. With enough strength, a single player could defend an entire town. After this battle, the various major powers began to put more emphasis on nurturing their guild experts. Most of the independent players in the town had also gained a new understanding of expert players. This battle had utterly altered their mindsets. In the past, experts' usefulness had been limited to small-scale combat and dungeon raids, but now, expert players had proven that they could influence a town's prosperity. Meanwhile, Yen Tianxing and the others, who stood behind Fire Dance, could not help their elation after the battle. Not only had this battle restored confidence to Zero Wing's members, but it had also broken Starlink's hold on Zero Wing in neutral maps. Zero Wing no longer had to worry about suppression from other powers. She had actually hidden her strength during the auction arena? Yinglifei stared at the Mad Beast Legion corpses strewn around Fire Dance in shock. She had assumed that the addition of the FFF Adventurer team would be a great help to Zero Wing. As far as she was concerned, aside from Shi Feng, Zero Wing didn't have any capable experts. Fire Dance and the others' combat standards weren't particularly high. They only relied on their weapons and equipment to defeat Superpower's peak experts. However, this advantage would only become less significant as players progressed further in the game. On the other hand, Shi and Yen Tianxing were different. They were bona fide peak experts. Not even Superpowers could afford to underestimate them, and they'd be far more of an asset to Zero Wing than Fire Dance and her companions. However, it seemed that she had been severely mistaken. As she looked at Fire Dance, Ying Lufei got the feeling that she should do everything in her power to avoid becoming this woman's enemy. In Yi Luofei's opinion, Fire Dance might even be stronger than Shi Feng. The female assassin had killed a monster like Ink Rain so easily, after all, and she hadn't even used a single skill during the exchange. Zero Wing really is unfathomable, Yen Tianxing said, a bitter smile forming on his face. However, this definitely means that I won't have to listen to Lotus's mocking anymore. Lotus had visited him multiple times, trying to persuade him to leave a hopeless guild like Zero Wing while the Mad Beast Legion had harassed Silverwing Town. However, with the strength Zero Wing had just displayed, Lotus wouldn't likely have anything else to say. Once the Mad Beast Legion had retreated, news of the events quickly reached God's Domain's various powers. The game's superpowers were particularly interested in the battle. Starlink had been very serious about eliminating Zero Wing from the game, even taking more measures to prevent Unyielding Soul from sending reinforcements. However, despite the superpower's wrath, Zero Wing had successfully defended Silverwing Town, and Starlink had suffered a minor loss. The outcome was truly unexpected. However, the various superpowers recognized that Zero Wing had reached its limit. Although Zero Wing had indeed defended Silverwing Town and its reputation, it hadn't resolved its predicament of being unable to develop in neutral maps. God's Domain's future was already clear for everyone to see. Those who ruled the game's neutral maps would rule the game. If Zero Wing lost the ability to develop in neutral maps, it would never realize its dream of becoming a superpower. Moreover, Starlink still suppressed Zero Wing financially, chipping away at the guild's funds and resources. Zero Wing couldn't survive long under Starlink's financial assault with its foundations. The various major powers developing in neutral maps knew this, and although Zero Wing's strength was awe-inspiring, they weren't afraid of the guild. The various major powers continued to contest for the territory and resources Zero Wing had left behind. Only independent players remained ignorant of Zero Wing's unchanged fate, eagerly applying to join the guild. When news of Zero Wing's latest victory reached Star Moon Kingdom, even more players rushed to join its ranks. Yulan, who was responsible for managing the guild's affairs, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The growing interest to join Zero Wing was certainly a benefit, but the increased member count would elevate the guild's expenditures. Normally, Yulan wouldn't have minded a sudden influx, but Starlink was trying to suppress Zero Wing in various aspects. Keeping the guild afloat was already incredibly difficult. New members would only exacerbate the problem. Guild leader, are you sure we should let these players join Zero Wing? Our current funds are all ready. Yulan gave Shi Feng a confused look when he told her to accept the new applicants. Of course, a guild cannot need players if it wants to develop further. Moreover, if we refuse to accept applicants, the guild's reputation will suffer, Shi Feng said, nodding. But our funds, Yulan whined. Relax. We'll receive the funding we need shortly, Shi Feng said as he gazed at the city hall before him. We'll see who outlasts whom. He had been worried about Starlink's suppression before he had killed the Lord of Fire, but now, he wasn't concerned about the superpower's aggression in the least. As long as he connected White River City and Stone Forest Town's auction houses, he could just sit back and count his money. After saying so, Shi Feng disconnected the call and entered White River City's City Hall. Chapter 21-29, Inferior Legendary Quest Reward. White River City, City Hall. Why are so many people here? As Shi Feng entered the building, he noticed a large number of independent players in the first-floor hall. Many of them were engaged in conversations with the NPC administrators, and quite a few stood in line before the deed counter. Without exception, every player wore an excited expression. The venue was just as lively as a popular trading firm. The only difference was the lack of experts, replaced by extravagantly dressed merchant players. Damn it! I'm too late. I hurried from Black Dragon City, but White River City's advanced rooms have already sold out. I know, right? I've heard that the advanced rooms sold out about half an hour ago. Only basic rooms are left. I wonder when White River City will start selling VIP rooms. VIP rooms? I doubt many players will be able to afford them even if the system does sell them to players. Even if people can afford the VIP rooms, they won't buy them in White River City. This is only a Kingdom's NPC city. At best, White River City's VIP rooms will rival advanced rooms in Empires. Why waste money on a VIP room in White River City when you could buy 2 advanced rooms in an Empire? Indeed. Recently, I've heard that Starlink has invested more funds into suppressing Zero Wing. Moreover, it has been purchasing specialty materials at high prices in Starmoon City's auction house. As a result, it's lured many players to sell their items there. Fewer and fewer players have been willing to conduct their business in White River City's auction house as of late. The players observing the situation in the hall quietly discussed the current affairs. When Feng overheard them, he realized why so many players had come to the city hall. Shortly after the first auction arena ended in his previous life, the system had launched the auction house rooms. These rooms had become quite popular among independent players. Not only could players rest in these rooms, but the rooms also granted plenty of benefits. Item storage was one of these benefits. Players could use their rooms as private warehouses to store more items. They would no longer have to rent warehouses from the bank. The room's teleportation feature was the second benefit. Regardless of where a player was, they could use the teleportation stone the auction house rooms granted to travel to their room at no cost. The only downside was the relatively long cooldown and the fact that the teleportation stones couldn't be used as freely as being able to use an auction house room as an additional teleportation point was quite a valuable feature for independent players. Naturally, the ability to sell and purchase items was yet another benefit. Owning an auction house room granted a player access to the auction house interface, allowing them to conduct their business from the privacy of their room. They wouldn't need to deal with the crowded hall. The fourth and most important benefit was the free access to the auction house's advanced auction. Unlike players without their own rooms, they wouldn't have to fulfill the participation qualifications and compete for the limited number of entry tickets available. Because of these 4 benefits, independent players had eagerly fought for auction house rooms. Naturally, powers that controlled NPC auction houses also benefited from the auction house rooms. As they sold more rooms, these powers would receive a higher percentage of the revenue shares. However, auction house rooms were not cheap, and players could only purchase a room on a monthly basis. Hence, the number of rooms an auction house sold depended on the managing power's abilities. If the power's NPC auction houses prospered, more buyers would be attracted to the auction house's rooms. Because of this, the powers that ruled over an NPC auction house took their management role quite seriously. Some had even done anything to improve their NPC auction house's business in the past, easily raking in as much profit as multiple ordinary auction houses. Of course, doing so came with a huge risk. An NPC auction house's management wasn't set in stone, and on the off chance that the managing power lost the next auction arena, all of their hard work would only benefit someone else. Since White River City's first auction arena was over, independent players had begun to contest for the auction house's rooms. Only, there weren't as many players here as Feng had expected. Feng still remembered when Starmoon City's auction house rooms had become available for purchase in the past. Pure insanity had reigned in the city's city hall, and the system had even held an auction for the rooms due to the number of interested buyers. By the end of the auction, both the advanced and the basic rooms had completely sold out. The number of players interested in White River City's auction house rooms was pitiful in comparison. But Shi Feng also understood. Zero Wing had multiple superpower enemies, and Starlink was still insistent on suppressing his guild's finances. It was natural for players to be concerned about the stability of the city's auction house. As a result, only the most valuable advanced rooms had sold out. Barely anyone was interested in the basic rooms. Starlink has certainly moved quickly. As he looked at the hesitant crowd, Shi Feng couldn't help his astonishment over Starlink's actions. At this point, the superpower was doing everything it could to decimate Zero Wing's finances. While Shi Feng was mired in his own thoughts, an NPC senior administrator approached and led him to meet Weissman in the study. When Shi Feng arrived, he found Weissman reading an ancient tome. It was the same scene he had witnessed during his previous visit. The NPC's aura was undetectable. Anyone unfamiliar with the NPC would find it hard to believe that this man was, in fact, a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. Quickly, Shi Feng handed Weissman 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal and the Hero Crusade Quest certificate. You really are a surprising adventurer. I hadn't thought that you'd complete the requirements so soon. It's no wonder why Charlene values you so much, Weissman said, looking at Shi Feng with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Seeing this reaction, it was hard to believe that Weissman was actually an NPC. He seemed more like an average, friendly elder. Here is the proof of release you need. I hope it will help you progress. As soon as Weissman handed Shi Feng a roll of parchment, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have completed the Inferior Legendary Quest, Road to Prosperity. Rewarding 1 proof of release for White River City's auction house, 2 level increases, legacy skill points +5, and free mastery points +20. Shi Feng instantly leveled from 74 to 76, but rather than spend the legacy skill points he had just received recklessly like most players with a hidden class, he chose to save them. First, he didn't currently need any additional skills. He was already quite strong, 6 levels higher than Fire Dance and the other main force members, who were already far above God's Domain's top-leveled players. Second, Tier 2 was merely a transition period for players. The game became truly challenging once players reached Tier 3, and legacy skill points would become far more difficult to acquire. If players spent their legacy skill points recklessly for a brief boost to their strength, they'd pay for it later in the game. Many experts had regretted their rushed decisions during Shi Feng's previous life. System, you have completed the road to prosperity. You may choose between a peak construction design and a gold town promotion order as a bonus reward. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chapter 2130, Silver Auction House Certificate. As soon as the system notification ended, a light blue selection window popped up before Shi Feng. Despite his multitude of experiences, when Shi Feng saw the 2 options the window displayed, he could not help but grow excited. God's Domain's current players might realize that the peak construction design and cold town promotion order were amazing items, but they likely didn't know how important these items were. Not even the various superpowers would recognize their true value. Of course, Shi Feng knew. Both items had been capable of changing a power's fate during his previous life, and superpowers were no exception. The peak construction design might not seem like much as it only allowed one to construct a single building, but a guild city required a peak construction to qualify for its promotion to main city rank. Even a major NPC city like White River City was only advanced rank, a step away from reaching a main city standard. Starmoon City was the only NPC main city in the kingdom. Meanwhile, a main city could serve as a guild's foundation. Superpowers had paid astronomical sums to capture a first-rate guild's main city even after a decade in God's Domain. If not for the existence of main cities, the various superpowers would have snuffed out all first-rate guilds and stolen their territories. Hence, a guild had only been considered first-rate once it had acquired a main city during Shi Feng's previous life. In the past, a peak construction design had even been worth more than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. When one had appeared on the market, the various major powers hadn't hesitated to offer their fragmented legendary items in exchange. the Gold Town promotion order was only slightly less valuable than the peak construction design. It could only promote an advanced town into a basic city. However, the two items were equally valuable right now. Players were getting closer to qualifying for their Tier 3 promotions, and without a guild city as a base in level 100 neutral maps, completing the promotion quest would be quite difficult. Unfortunately, upgrading an advanced town into a basic city wasn't easy and required a lot of time. Even after players had reached level 100 in the past, very few superpowers had commanded a guild city, not to mention lesser organizations. If Zero Wing secured an additional guild city before players reached such a high level, the guild would gain unimaginable benefits. Let's go with the Gold Town promotion order. After hesitating for a long moment, Shi Feng chose the promotion order. Although a main city was unshakable to any below Tier 5, the amount of time a guild needed to prepare its guild city for the promotion was no laughing matter. Furthermore, with Zero Wing's current predicament, the guild would be eliminated before it could successfully acquire a main city. On the other hand, the Gold Town promotion order could instantly provide an additional safeguard. After obtaining the Gold Town promotion order, Shi Feng immediately made his way toward White River City's auction house. Now that he had the auction house's proof of release, the NPC auction house could finally fulfill its potential. The thought alone excited Shi Feng. White River City's auction house was already connected to the auction houses in the several neighboring NPC cities. In total, more than 15 million players had access to the auction house. Now, the items these players sold through the NPC auction houses would show up in Stone Forest Town's auction house. This was akin to adding another 15 million players to Stone Forest Town's population. Moreover, items sold in Stone Forest Town's auction house would appear in White River City's auction house, which would greatly increase the latter's competitive edge. With the two auction houses complementing each other, their development speed and income would easily surpass that of the guild auction houses and NPC auction houses the various superpowers ran. However, shortly after Shi Feng entered the crowded auction house of White River City, Aqua Rose called him. When the call connected, the system revealed her flustered expression. "Has something happened in the guild?" Shi Feng asked. Fire Dance's team had just chased away the Mad Beast Legion that had been interfering with Silverwing Town. Starlink would likely need some time to prepare if it wanted to remount its assault on the town. Dealing with Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom should prove even more challenging for the superpower. Even a fool would know the benefits the 1-star honorary guild title provided. Unless Starlink had gone mad, it would never attempt to start an actual war with Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom. No, it's the Dark Knight Empire. Something major has happened there. Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. "I've just received news that Starlink has dealt a heavy blow to Unyielding Soul during its attempt to capture the Buried Bones Fortress. Half of Unyielding Soul's guild experts were killed in the ambush. Unyielding Soul will likely have a lot of trouble just trying to set foot in the ancient Undead country. Now, after this, Starlink will likely try to eliminate the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers to ensure that no one ever dares to question it in the Empire. The 100 Flowers Palace's several allies have publicly severed their relationship with the palace over this. 3 superpowers fought for supremacy in the Dark Knight Empire. Although Starlink had gained a massive advantage after securing Dark Knight City's auction house, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were still capable of fighting Starlink in the Empire's other locations. Although the Empire's major powers were in awe of Starlink's strength, they had no qualms about carrying out covert operations. Overall, the various major powers still had plenty of living space in the Empire. However, now that Unyielding Soul had taken such a severe blow and lost a significant portion of its combat power, it was at its limit as it tried to stay afloat. Unyielding Soul couldn't pin down Starlink any longer. As for Crimson Emperor, the guild's attitude towards Starlink had always been lukewarm. Crimson Emperor only supported Unyielding Soul on the surface. It wouldn't attempt to stand against Starlink for the other guild. After this victory, Starlink would try to solidify its position in the Empire. Zero Wing's shops and its partnership with the 100 Flowers Palace would likely go down the drain. Once Starlink's position was unshakable, the guild could afford to dispatch even more of its members to harass Zero Wing. A large part of the reason that Zero Wing had resisted Starlink's forces in the Ore Empire thus far was the help Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor unwittingly provided by pinning the superpower down in the Dark Knight Empire. Without them, Starlink would have likely taken Silverwing Town by now. As expected of Starlink, it wounded Unyielding Soul even while fighting on two fronts. Shifeng could not help but lament at Starlink's foundations. Although Shifeng had known that Starlink had the Starline Corporation's support and had developed rapidly in the past, he hadn't thought that the guild would be this strong. It was no wonder why the Secret Pavilion had allowed Starlink to become an advanced member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce. What should we do now, guild leader? We've expended a lot of effort to gain a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire. Should we give it up? Aqua Rose asked. Starlink hadn't begun to clean up the Dark Knight Empire just yet. If they took advantage of this opportunity to sell off their shops and resources in the Empire, they should be able to get a high price. If they waited until Starlink took action, however, they'd likely get nothing for these shops and resources. On the contrary, they might take a loss. No, this is a good opportunity. I'm sure plenty of powers are trying to sell their properties and cut their losses in the Empire. Send someone to negotiate with them. If the price is suitable, we'll take their assets off their hands, Shifeng said, smiling as he shook his head. By now, the most strategic lands in God's domain's various kingdoms and empires had already been claimed. Purchasing these plots for anything less than an exorbitant amount was practically impossible. Unlike the various superpowers, Zero Wing had started with nothing in God's domain. Now that Starlink was trying to solidify its position in the Empire, this was the perfect opportunity for Zero Wing to expand its influence. This, Shifeng's decision stunned Aqua Rose. The Dark Knight Empire's powers were trying desperately to flee, yet Shifeng wanted to rush headlong into the Empire. Although his plan could yield tremendous profits for Zero Wing, the risk was just as great. Go negotiate for now. Starlink might be powerful, but Zero Wing is no pushover. Shifeng said earnestly. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded. One could only hope to become rich by taking risks. If Shifeng's plan succeeded, Zero Wing's development would reach a whole new level. Star Moon Kingdom was, after all, only a kingdom. It was no match for an empire. By the time Shifeng had finished his conversation with Aqua Rose, he had arrived on the top-floor hall of White River City's auction house. Lord Protector, how may I be of service? Hope, the auction house's senior administrator, respectfully asked as he approached Shifeng. I wish to connect White River City and Stone Forest Town's auction houses. I have this certificate from Lord Weissman, Shifeng said as he handed the proof of release to Hope. After a moment of surprise, Hope carefully inspected the parchment. This is indeed a certificate signed by Lord Weissman, Hope said with even greater respect. My lord, please wait here for a moment. I'll take care of the necessary procedures right away. Shifeng nodded. This wasn't his first time doing something like this. The auction houses in question operated through different systems. Connecting the two would take some time, which would depend on the auction house's standards and resources. Hope finally returned to the top-floor hall over half an hour later. He then handed Shifeng an ancient token and said, My lord, this is the management certificate for the two auction houses' warehouses. The two auction houses are now linked. You may use this certificate to open either auction house's warehouse at any time. A silver auction house certificate? Shifeng stared at the silver token in his hand, stunned. Normally, players only received the bronze rank certificate for initiating a link between a player auction house and an NPC auction house. With a bronze auction house certificate, the two auction houses could share merchandise, and players could claim a certain percentage of the generated revenue. As the auction houses shared more transactions, not only would their development accelerate, but the auction house certificate would also improve, granting its owner better benefits. But to Shifeng's surprise, He had received a silver auction house certificate for connecting one NPC auction house to one player auction house. He had never heard of something like this happening in the past. He hadn't even been able to upgrade his auction house certificate to silver rank in his previous life. And yet, in this life, he had secured one so quickly. Chapter 2131, Auction House Opening. Shi Feng stared at the stone token in his hand, deep in thought. Could this be the reward for being the first person to link an NPC auction house? The silver auction house certificate had been a rare sight among first-rate guilds in the past. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to upgrade a bronze auction house certificate to silver rank. Aside from a bonus reward, Shi Feng couldn't think of any other possibilities for this unexpected boon. After considering the matter for some time, Shi Feng decided to stop worrying about it. Instead, he tapped on the certificate and inspected its attribute panel. Auction House Certificate, Silver Rank. Token to manage auction houses. Can be used to move the resources available in owned auction houses. Can be used to collect 15% revenue from owned NPC auction houses. Increases NPC auction houses' popularity by 30%. Amazing! It's so much better than a bronze certificate. It's no wonder auction houses with a silver certificate had grown so rapidly in the past. Shi Feng was ecstatic after reading the certificate's information. The bronze auction house certificate only granted players 10% of an NPC auction house's revenue. This referred to the processing fees charged when players used the auction house's services. There was simply no comparison to a player-built auction house, which allowed players to collect 100% of the auction house's revenue. However, since far more players used NPC auction houses than those who used the player-built versions, 10% was an exceptional amount of money. Meanwhile, the silver auction house certificate provided an additional 5% of profits. This was equivalent to obtaining half the management rights to a second NPC auction house. The silver certificate also increased the NPC auction house's popularity by 30%. This was akin to a 30% increase to the auction house's promotion speed, an effect the bronze certificate didn't offer at all. As NPC auction houses developed, they became larger and more extravagant. They would also gain more auction house rooms for sale, which would drastically increase the auction house's profits. Most importantly, auction house certificates weren't the same as the NPC auction houses themselves. While an NPC auction house could acquire new owners, auction house certificates could not. The certificates were considered personal possessions. Even if a player lost their original NPC auction house and won another, they would enjoy the benefits the silver certificate provided through their new auction house. If the various superpowers find out that Zero Wing has this, they'll likely do everything they can to take White River City's auction house from us in the next auction arena, Shi Feng thought to himself as he smiled. As time passed and White River City's auction house continued to develop, the profits the auction house generated would increase. Eventually, this city's auction house could earn more than 2 NPC auction houses in other cities. So far, most superpowers had only secured 2 NPC auction houses. If Zero Wing could win another in the future, it could earn the income of 3.5 NPC auction houses. At that time, Zero Wing's financial prowess would even be considered above average among superpowers. Furthermore, Zero Wing could link its NPC auction houses to its guild auction houses. Even superpowers would have to think twice before trying to compete with Zero Wing's financial strength. Shi Feng then left White River City's auction house and made his way to Stone Forest Town. Although he had already obtained the auction house certificate, he physically needed to visit each to use the certificate, linking them. Stoneclaw Mountains, Stone Forest Town. As Shi Feng walked down the town's main street, he could see how much the town had begun to decline. Aside from new players, very few experts and merchant players roamed the town. When Stone Forest Town had been at its peak, it had housed more than 800,000 players. Now, there might not even be 300,000 players in the town. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had only been an intermediate town during its glory days. It was now an advanced town and occupied several times the space, yet it had slightly more than 1/3 of its player population during its heyday. This made the towns look even bleaker. Even the superpowers who had wanted to lay claim to the town had lost interest. The only reason that Stone Forest Town still attracted players was its advanced auction house and battle arena. If Zero Wing City's battle arena hadn't been so crowded, there wouldn't be so many players visiting Stone Forest Town now. After a short moment, Feng arrived before the Zero Wing auction house. As he entered the building, he noticed that only a small number of players conducted business in the hall. Moreover, these players were under level 50, with most only around level 30. They were pitifully weak compared to mainstream players, who had already reached level 60. If Stone Forest Town weren't located next to the Stoneclaw Mountains and had an advanced auction house, not even these players would waste their time here. By now, there were a plethora of low-level grinding spots available, since most players had outgrown these maps. Low-level players could also find an expert to power-level them in high-level maps. Obtaining top-tier, low-level weapons and equipment wasn't a concern anymore either. Players simply had no reason to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Some players might still value the magic crystals the regional dungeon produced, but players past level 50 couldn't actually enter the dungeon anymore. High-level experts couldn't power-level their low-level comrades in the dungeon either. Naturally, there was a qualitative difference between a player's leveling speed when they had an expert's assistance and the leveling speed of a player without such help. By abandoning their chance to catch up to the frontline players to grind for magic crystals, players were placing the cart before the horse. After all, high-level maps had far more opportunities and resources available. Of course, there were bound to be exceptions. For example, workshops and guilds' money-farming teams would gladly grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Magic crystals would always be sought after in God's domain, regardless of players' levels. Even Zero Wing had sent its low-level members to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals in exchange for GCPs. Glancing at the players in the hall, Feng made his way to the staircase in the corner and proceeded to the auction house's top floor. This was also where the auction house's warehouse was located. After entering the warehouse, Feng took the auction house certificate from his bag and started chanting an incantation. As he did, the magic arrays on the ground lit up with a silver glow as they resonated with the auction house certificate in Feng's hand. When he had finally finished the chant, a set of doors appeared in the middle of the warehouse. The doors were made entirely out of black luminary stone, and they led to the warehouse in White River City's auction house. Shortly after, the doors parted, and a group of well-armed NPC soldiers emerged. They were all level 180, and their leader was a level 180, Tier 3 knight. NPC administrators from White River City's auction house then followed, flooding into the warehouse. When the parade of NPCs ended, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. System: the setup for Zero Wing Auction House's teleportation array is complete. Do you wish to open the shared warehouse now? After calming himself down, Feng said, "Open." Suddenly, the auction house interfaces for the Zero Wing Auction House and the White River City Auction House changed, giving visiting players access to items from both sources. Chapter 2132, Popular Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing Auction House. Brother Chi, our luck is insane today. We got more than 20 magic crystals. A level 42 elementalist, who had just entered the auction house, exclaimed to the level 44 shield warrior beside him. If we can keep this up for 2 more days, buying that level 45 Mad Rage set will be a piece of cake. We certainly did get lucky today. I hadn't expected to collect so many magic crystals. Even if we're not particularly lucky in the next few days, we'll still have enough saved up for that set in 4 or 5 days, the level 44 shield warrior said, nodding. When the shield warrior spoke of the Mad Rage set, desire burned in his gaze. Currently, he wore mismatched pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, the Mad Rage set was a level 45 fine gold set equipment. The only way he could get his hands on the set was to offer the various guilds magic crystals in exchange. However, once he got it, his HP, strength, and defense would undergo a qualitative transformation. With adequate support, he should even be able to tank a level 55 Great Lord. Brother Chi, once you get the set, our party will level up so much faster. I can't wait to see if that bastard, Luoyang, dares to show off again, the level 42 elementalist said excitedly. Luoyang was their classmate, and although they had joined the game at the same time, he had gotten into a level 50+ party. With his party's help, Luoyang had leveled rapidly in neutral maps. He was already level 47, while they hadn't even reached level 45. As a result, Luoyang had been bragging about how wonderful neutral maps were in class over the last few days, and the sight irritated them. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to grind for EXP and magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. An MT was the most important player in a party. With a strong MT, the party could even grind in higher-leveled maps. Hence, they strove to purchase the Mad Rage set so their party could travel to level 55 neutral maps. Relax. With how good our luck was today, we should use this opportunity. Once we replenish our magic scrolls, we'll go back out for another round of grinding, the level 44 Shield Warrior said eagerly. Following which, the Elementalist and Shield Warrior found seats before calling up the auction house's interface to browse through the available items. Crap. Since when has the Zero Wing auction house had so many magic scrolls for sale? The level 44 Shield Warrior exclaimed when he saw his search results. Normally, they only had a few types of scrolls to choose from when shopping for Tier 1 magic scrolls in the Zero Wing auction house, and only a pitiful number was available. Higher-tiered scrolls were basically non-existent. Mainstream players didn't linger in maps below level 50, after all. There simply weren't any players that could sell high-tiered magic scrolls in the Zero Wing auction house. Of course, the guild had an auction house in Zero Wing City as well, and travel between Zero Wing City and Start Moon City was quite convenient. To get the best price, players generally sold their magic scrolls in Star Moon City's auction house or set up stalls in Zero Wing City. Very few sold their scrolls in the guild's auction house. As a result, Stone Forest Town's auction house barely had any magic scrolls. Now, however, Stone Forest Town's auction house even had super rare Tier 3 magic scrolls. Practically every type of Tier 1 magic scroll was available as well. Am I dreaming? Someone's even selling level 45 dark gold equipment in the Zero Wing auction house. The level 42 Elementalist exclaimed. The Zero Wing auction house was only a guild auction house, and not many players chose to sell their items through it. Trying to buy low-level, top-tier equipment though a guild auction house was difficult, and it was hard to find a large guild that was willing to sell such items. Most of the large guilds held on to the items for their new members. Thus, such weapons and equipment were even rare in NPC auction houses, much less guild auction houses. To make matters worse, their party's grinding spots were so far from NPC cities that travel back and forth was quite inconvenient. Hence, they only returned to NPC cities every once in a while. As a result, they had a harder time encountering such opportunities. Now, however, the Zero Wing auction house had low-level, top-tier weapons and equipment for sale. Why wouldn't they be shocked? The Elementalist and Shield Warrior duo weren't the only players to discover this anomaly. Every player conducting business in the Zero Wing auction house soon noticed the change and was shocked. The wide array of items available in this auction house even surpassed the auction houses in ordinary NPC cities. With how well-stocked this place is, we won't have to return to Star Moon City anymore. We can stay in Stone Forest Town until we level past 50. The level 44 Shield Warrior ecstatically realized. We can definitely level faster than that bastard, Luoyang. Although neutral maps monsters granted a lot of EXP, players needed time to travel to these maps. The occasional trip their party made to Star Moon City to resupply took up a lot of time, as well. However, now that they buy any of the items they needed in Stone Forest Town, their leveling speed in the Stoneclaw Mountains could potentially become even faster than grinding in a neutral map. Brother Chi, quick look. There's a level 45 Dark Gold shield here. If we can get that and the Mad Rage set, we'll be able to hunt level 50 Grand Lords once you hit level 45. The level 42 Elementalist shouted hurriedly. What an awesome shield! It can increase my defense by at least 20%, and I can probably use it even after I reach level 50, the shield warrior said, panting a little in excitement as he inspected the shield's attribute panel. The uproar that occurred in the Zero Wing auction house soon spread throughout Stone Forest Town. Players who were under level 50 and planned to leave the town quickly changed their minds. They all decided to move to another leveling spot only after they reached level 50. When the kingdom's players between level 30 and 49 heard the news, they made a beeline for Stone Forest Town. Suddenly, the desolate town brimmed with life. Naturally, business in the Zero Wing auction house also boomed. In the 30 minutes after Feng had connected the auction houses in White River City and Stone Forest Town, he had earned more than 100 gold from the profits. Due to the Zero Wing auction house's sudden boom, players that had consigned items to White River City's auction house watched them sell like hotcakes. As a result, they began to transfer more of their stock to White River City's auction house, taking advantage of this sudden development. White River City's auction house was suddenly so popular that Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers were confused. They all wondered what Zero Wing had done to make White River City's auction house so popular. It was now even more popular than Starmoon City's auction house, which was backed by Starlink. When Zero Wing's members heard the news, it rekindled their hopes. After all, their guild's prosperity was linked with White River City's. Yulan, who was responsible for managing Zero Wing's financial affairs, was flabbergasted. White River City's auction house had been on a decline a moment ago, but now, players rushed toward it from all over the kingdom, determined to sell their items. The income White River City's auction house generated had already more than doubled. At this rate, Zero Wing could likely function normally by relying on the income from Zero Wing City and White River City's auction house. They no longer needed to worry about lacking funds. However, as far as Feng was concerned, this was only the beginning. Guild leader, I've negotiated with the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. All that's left is finalizing the deal with a contract, Aqua Rose said. Worriedly, she continued, in total, we've negotiated for 45 shops that are either in city's central area or have high potential. They're all within the Empire's top 10 cities. Purchasing them all will cost a total of 1.6 million gold. I'm afraid that we can't afford that. Moreover, these powers want the full payment within a month. 1.6 million? Finalize the deals. Feng said after giving the matter some thought. On average, each shop cost about 20,000 gold. If not for the threat of Starlink, securing these strategic shops for such a low price would have been impossible. Finalize the deal? Seeing Feng's unwavering determination, Aqua Rose had no choice but to grit her teeth and take the risk. I'll get it done then. In less than half an hour, the ownership of 45 shops in the Dark Knight Empire's top 10 NPC cities had transferred to Zero Wing. Shortly after, news of the matter spread throughout the Empire. "2133 Dark Knight Empire shaken. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Unyielding souls upper echelons sat with solemn expressions in their guild hall's top-floor meeting room. The room was depressingly silent. The guild's core strength had taken severe damage in the battle at the Buried Bones Fortress. Now, the guild was utterly powerless against Starlink in the contest for the ancient undead country. Hence, the guild leader had called an emergency meeting to discuss Unyielding Soul's next move. Crimson Emperor has already withdrawn from the ancient undead country. The guild isn't even willing to meet with our representatives. I'm afraid that we can no longer hope for its help, Mu Lingsha reported, frustrated. Starlink had relied on the fortress as an advantage for its development in the neutral map. To counter this problem, Unyielding Soul had secretly partnered with Crimson Emperor. Including the stamina gemstone supply from Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul had barely been able to withstand Starlink's harassment. However, not only had Unyielding Soul suffered grievously, but Crimson Emperor had also withdrawn from their alliance. Now, they had no way to contend with Starlink in the ancient Undead country. The ancient Undead country had far better resources than other neutral maps, and if Starlink were allowed to monopolize those resources, it would only be a matter of time before Unyielding Soul lost any foothold in the Dark Knight Empire. Zero Wing stamina gemstones and exotic stamina potions are our only hope now. If we can get a large stock from the guild, we'll have enough strength to keep fighting. Players' stamina consumption is far higher than in any other neutral map, and so far, only experts have been able to survive in the area. That means that Starlink hasn't been able to send a lot of players to explore the map. At least, it hasn't been able to send enough to impact the situation between our guilds, Unyielding Heart said after giving the matter some thought. Although the ancient Undead country was a fat piece of meat, ordinary players had no hope of surviving there due to the harsh environment and high-level requirements. At this point, only expert players stood a chance against its monsters. Although Unyielding Soul had suffered significant losses, the situation wasn't irreparable. As long as Unyielding Soul had a stamina recovery advantage, it could still farm the ancient Undead country for resources. Zero Wing has already used all of the stamina gemstones and exotic stamina potions in its stock to retaliate against Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. Asking for more might be, Mu Lingsha said as she shook her head. How far you have fallen, Heart. Zero Wing is just some kingdom's small guild. How much do you really think it can accomplish in this situation? Zero Wing only dared to show itself in the Empire because of our guild and Crimson Emperor. Now that we've taken so much damage, such an insignificant guild will do everything it can to avoid the Dark Knight Empire. Do you really think Zero Wing would willingly work to help us? A golden-armored, level 67 Guardian Knight named Soul Oath criticized. I told you that we should have moved to another location when Starlink had still been growing, but you insisted that we should partner with Zero Wing to stand against the superpower to the bitter end. Look at where your decision has gotten us. As Soul Oath's words echoed through the room, everyone fell silent. Soul Oath was right. If Unyielding Soul had conquered several other kingdoms as soon as Starlink had claimed Dark Knight City's auction house, the guild's development might have slowed, but it would have been in a better position than it was now. Enough! Silent Soul, Unyielding Soul's current guild leader, abruptly shouted. We are not here to lay blame. We are here to find a solution. With Silent Soul's reprimand, Soul Oath's jaws clicked shut before he could criticize Unyielding Heart further. The guild upper echelons nodded in agreement with their guild leader. The events had already taken place. Now, they had to find a way to fix this issue. While these players ruminated over the guild's future, the meeting room's doors swung open, and a level 66, Tier 2 assassin hurried inside. What's wrong? Silent Soul demanded. We've just received news that Zero Wing has purchased 45 shops in the Dark Knight Empire's top 10 cities from the various major powers, the assassin reported. What did you say? Zero Wing purchased 45 shops in the Dark Knight Empire? But how? The guild upper echelons were stunned by the news. Are Zero Wing's leaders stupid? Don't they know that Starlink is already on its way to conquer the ancient Undead country and has begun to solidify its position and influence in the Empire? Soul Oath wondered incredulously. The Dark Knight Empire's major powers had been doing everything to escape the Empire, yet Zero Wing eagerly picked up their territories as if Starlink didn't matter in the least. For a moment, Soul Oath wondered if Zero Wing hadn't heard that Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had been rendered powerless against the domineering superpower. Wonderful! Zero Wing hasn't abandoned us. Mu Lingsha could not contain her joy. Hearing Mu Lingsha's unintentional comment, the guild's upper echelons shot Soul Oath a glance. He had called Unyielding Heart a fool for trusting a small guild like Zero Wing, accusing the first vice guild leader of dragging the guild down with him, yet Zero Wing had stepped up to the plate without hesitation. It was no exaggeration to claim that Zero Wing had just declared war against Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. It's too early to celebrate. Zero Wing is still facing a financial crisis in Starmoon Kingdom. This stunt in the Empire will only drag it further into the jaws of death. Soul Oath said, sneering. Unyielding Soul, who had been silent, fell deep into thought. What is Zero Wing trying to do? Although he was grateful that Zero Wing was still willing to help Unyielding Soul in this crucial moment, he had to admit that it seemed like a fool's errand. The Dark Knight Empire was Starlink's home ground. Declaring war against the superpower here was suicidal. Zero Wing's latest disruption caused an uproar among the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. None of them knew whether the small guild was foolish or impressively brave. While they thought that Zero Wing's decision was simply suicidal, the Empire's independent players disagreed. Is Zero Wing starting a war against the Empire's overlord? I thought I've heard that Starlink has been suppressing Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom, and the guild is barely holding on. Amazing! Even super guilds think twice before provoking Starlink, yet not only has Zero Wing been harassing Starlink in the Dark Knight City's auction house, but now, it has also purchased 45 shops in the Empire's top 10 cities. Crap. 45 shops in the top 10 cities? Is Zero Wing trying to become the Empire's fourth titan? For a time, the Dark Knight Empire's independent players bubbled with excitement. They had all witnessed war between guilds before, even between superpowers, but this was the first time any of them had seen a guild without any background openly challenge a superpower. For a time, Zero Wing's fame in the Dark Knight Empire was unmatched due to its recent purchases. Many players even began to show interest in the guild, expressing their desire to join Zero Wing's ranks. While news of his exploits spread throughout the Empire, Shifeng took the mana stones he had synthesized to a border town in the Dark Knight Empire. He then used the Seven Luminaries ring to teleport to the neutral map located closest to the ancient Undead country before mounting his demonic flame tiger and riding toward his target. Chapter 2134 Ancient Undead Country. The ancient Undead country was a cursed, ancient kingdom. It had been decimated during the Great Ancient War, becoming a land of death. Undead roamed the countryside, and none of the various kingdoms or empires wanted anything to do with the abandoned kingdom. However, despite its ruined state, the ancient Undead country still contained legacies the former kingdom had left behind and resources that had gone unexploited for tens of thousands of years. As a result, the neutral map had become a goldmine for outlaws. Unfortunately, the ancient Undead country was quite far from civilization. From the Dark Knight Empire, the closest NPC-established map, a player would need more than a full day of mounted travel to reach the neutral map. After spending more than half an hour of repeated teleportation and mounted travel, Shifeng finally reached the ancient Undead country's border. Shifeng didn't hurry to enter the neutral map as he stood atop a plateau that overlooked the ancient Undead country. Taking a short break, he switched 5 of his strength gemstones for stamina gemstones and drank down an exotic stamina potion. The ancient Undead country wasn't like other neutral maps. Due to the war that had destroyed the former kingdom, the map was in a constant state of chaos. Not only was teleportation within the map impossible, but player stamina was also at least 50% higher than in ordinary neutral maps. The kingdom's terrain and monsters weren't to be underestimated. Even players on dark gold mounts wouldn't get very far if they weren't careful. Normally, players would take the time to recover to their peak before entering the ancient Undead country, including Tier 2 peak experts. Only Tier 3 and above players had the strength to ignore most of the map's dangers. No matter how many times I visit this place, it's always breathtaking. Shifeng thought as he gazed at the gigantic barrier, bathed in darkness, before him. Occasionally, he spotted arcs of silver lightning flicker within the barrier. The Great Ancient War had happened tens of thousands of years ago, yet the aftermath lingered to this very day. The ancient god's power was truly unimaginable, far greater than any modern Tier 6 god. After about a 10-minute rest, Shi Feng had fully recovered from his travels. Not wanting to waste any time, he hopped back onto his demonic flame tiger and rushed through the dark barrier. Although Zero Wing had acquired 45 shops in the Dark Knight Empire's top cities, the debt it had accumulated to do so was large enough to make any first-rate guild despair. 1,060,000 gold. Even Superpower's eyes would twitch at seeing so much gold. If Zero Wing couldn't clear the debt within a month, it would have to offer up Zero Wing City's shares as collateral. Yulon had nearly lost it when she had heard of the transaction. Zero Wing was already having financial troubles and barely preserved its hold on Star Moon Kingdom. Now, Shi Feng had taken out a debt that could crush an entire guild. Spending that amount on so many excellent shops would be a wonderful thing in other kingdoms and empires, but no major power dared to set foot in the Dark Knight Empire right now. However, this was an excellent opportunity to further Zero Wing's development in Shi Feng's opinion. The Dark Knight Empire was famed for its products, especially since it was connected with a city like the Sea of Trees. Even among the various empires on the God's Domain continent, the Dark Knight Empire had above-average resources. Although Zero Wing had accepted the management rights to half of the 100 Flowers Palace's shops in the empire, the partnership only allowed Zero Wing to sell its products in those shops. Unfortunately, the palace didn't own that many shops in the first place, so it was important that Zero Wing make room for itself in the empire's market. If a guild wanted to become a powerhouse in God's domain, it needed more than a large number of expert players. It also needed an astronomical amount of resources to support these experts' growth. Relying on one kingdom's resources simply wasn't enough. Shi Feng had already considered developing his guild past Star Moon Kingdom's borders and into the several neighboring kingdoms. With such a rare opportunity to do so before him, he couldn't afford to play it safe. Although Zero Wing had indeed incurred a huge debt because of this investment, if Shi Feng could move Stone Forest Town to the Bottomless Abyss, collecting 1.06 million gold within a month was doable. The Bottomless Abyss was, after all, quite attractive to God's Domain's various powers and players. The instant Shi Feng stepped through the barrier, he felt a powerful gravitational force pull on his body, and his senses dulled. At best, he could only exert 70% of his combat power in this state. After running through the map for about 5 minutes, he encountered an area full of level 60+ monsters. Most of these monsters were undead, and although they were only chieftain rank, with a smattering of lords, these undead had very high combat standards. An ordinary Tier 2 player would be fortunate if they could solo one of these chieftains, and only Tier 2 experts stood a chance against the Lord-ranked undead in a one-on-one. A Tier 2 expert wouldn't even have a hope against a great Lord-ranked undead. Defeating such monsters typically required a full 20-man team of Tier 2 experts at the very least. However, these powerful monsters weren't the most troublesome aspect of the ancient undead country. The countless traps that littered the map were far more dangerous. High-intellect undead had set these traps, and if players accidentally fell into one, without the strength of a peak expert, their death was certain. Moreover, even peak experts had very little chance of survival if they fell into these traps. Of course, in exchange for the danger it offered, the ancient undead country contained resources and treasures that were far beyond those in other maps. After just 10 minutes, Shi Feng had encountered plenty of rare herbs and ores. He even found fragments of ancient equipment scattered across the ground. These ancient equipment fragments were remnants of the Great Ancient War, and although the corrosion of time had rendered them unusable, a powerful death energy had tainted the items after so long in this land. Hence, players could trade these equipment fragments for goods with the neutral map's NPC residents. It was even possible to purchase level 100 fine gold set equipment with these fragments, although the price was extraordinarily high. Unfortunately, he couldn't be bothered to clear out the monsters around these valuable resources. He was in a hurry. He avoided the monsters and continued toward the Bottomless Abyss. Since he had already reached level 76, far higher than the level 60+ undead roaming the map, the monsters didn't harass him as he traveled through one region and into another. After more than 6 hours, Feng finally reached the psychedelic forest, located in the ancient Undead country's inner region. Most of the monsters here were around level 67, and Great Lords were far more common. Even level 70 Grand Lords made an appearance from time to time. This forest was certainly no place for ordinary experts. As Feng walked along a forest path toward the Bottomless Abyss, which was located in the ancient Undead country's core, he heard an explosion echo throughout the woods. Nearby, dazzling lights illuminated the gloomy sky, and as they disappeared, a furious roar shook the entire forest. A boss? Feng immediately jumped into a treetop and activated Omniscient Eyes. Visibility in the ancient Undead country was particularly poor. Players with normal vision couldn't see further than 100 yards away, but Omniscient Eyes gave Feng perfect vision, even past that range. If he focused on a direction, he could see up to 600 yards away, even in this area. Feng quickly noticed two groups of players roughly 300 yards away. Both groups had surrounded a level 69 Grand Lord, which attempted to protect a dark gold treasure chest. Each group had 100 players, but instead of focusing on the boss, they split their attention between the monster and the other team. Interesting. Despite being independent players, these guys are actually fighting Starlink over a boss. Feng was slightly surprised to see this. None of the players in one of the two groups wore guild emblems, while the other group bore Starlinks. Normally, independent teams did their best to avoid guild teams, but these independent players didn't seem to have that intention. Moreover, this independent team had fought Starlink's players to a standstill. It was a rare sight in God's domain. Unable to help himself, Feng smiled brightly as he boldly approached the two groups. If this independent team had fought any other guild, he would have ignored them and continued toward the Bottomless Abyss. However, since they fought one of Starlink's expert teams, just walking away without saying hello simply wouldn't do as Zero Wings guild leader. Chapter 2135, Peak Legacy Forest Saint. Healers, stabilize the MT's HP, melee unit, keep Starlink's members away from our healers. A purple-clad, level 67 Cursemancer standing among the independent team commanded while swinging his blue, wooden staff, buffing his teammates. Like well-trained soldiers, the independent players followed the Cursemancer's commands to the letter. Even if they faced imminent danger, they followed their orders. Commander, Starlink's offensive is too strong. The boss still has 24% of its HP. I don't think we'll be able to outlast it, a woman expressed her concern as she eyed the boss's HP. In an exquisite, light green dress, the woman looked like a fairy as she wielded her green cane. She wore a Tier 2 class insignia for druids. Monsters in the psychedelic forest were quite strong, and to make matters worse, the forest's mana density was painfully low. Magical class players would only be able to exert half of their normal combat power here. Naturally, this affected healers as well. Fighting one of this area's field bosses was incredibly difficult, even more so when trying to fight one of Starlink's expert teams. I know, but if we hand them the boss, we'll have wasted our suppression scroll. Late Autumn, the Cursemancer commander, said as he glanced at the silver-armored berserker leading Starlink's team. Gnashing his teeth, Late Autumn growled. Moreover, Bright Dawn is leading this team. He's a vicious bastard that kills any player he comes across. He has wiped out more than 10 teams in the ancient Undead country thus far. He won't just let us leave even if we retreat. I support the commander. We are Purple Shadow, one of the Dark Knight Empire's top 10 adventurer teams. If we're going to lose this fight, we'll make sure that no one gets this boss. Half Feather, a level 66 ranger guarding Late Autumn's side, confidently declared. The rest of the team members nodded in agreement. The Dark Knight Empire had countless adventurer teams, so competition was intense. Any adventurer team that could rank among the top 100 in the Empire was powerful enough that even first-rate guilds treated them with some respect. Ordinary third-rate guilds wouldn't even dare offend the Empire's top 100 adventurer teams. Every one of those teams was, without question, a peak adventurer team. Many first-rate guilds would give anything to recruit them. Although the Purple Shadow Adventurer team was no match for a superpower like Starlink, it was strong enough to challenge one of the superpower's expert teams. Commander, I don't think our front line can hold out against Starlink for much longer. Should I help them out? Colorful Fruit, the female druid, asked as she watched the enemy push back her team's front line. I'll help too. I'm tired of attacking the boss. I want to teach those Starlink bastards a lesson. Half Feather roared. Alright, but be careful. Starlink's members aren't pushovers, Late Autumn said after giving the matter some thought. Although their team hadn't yet suffered any casualties, he knew Bright Dawn's aim. The Berserker likely wanted to use their team to whittle down the boss's HP. Once the boss's HP was low enough for him, he'd join the fray and wipe out Purple Shadow's healers. Without their healers, the rest of their team would fall. Colorful Fruit and Half Feather had the best chances of stopping Bright Dawn among the team. Both were, after all, experts that ranked among the top 20 of their respective classes within the Dark Knight Empire. Colorful Fruit was particularly powerful within a forest. Although she was a druid, a healer class, she had acquired a peak legacy called Forest Saint. The hidden class greatly enhanced her combat power whenever she stood in a forested area. Understood. Colorful Fruit and Half Feather replied before joining the PvP battle near the boss. Both teams did their best to avoid sending too many players near the boss's perception range to avoid triggering a power boost for the monster. Hence, they restricted themselves somewhat while in combat. To be precise, the teams had only tested each other's strength so far. Vice Guild Leader, the boss has less than 20% of its HP now, a level 67 cleric reported to Bright Dawn, who commanded Starlink's members in this fight. Good. Everyone, follow me into battle. Leave none alive. Bright Dawn roared, licking his lips as he led the rest of his team in a charge against the Purple Shadow Adventurer team. With his command, the rest of Starlink's members grew serious about eliminating their enemies. The Purple Shadow experts might seem powerful to first-rate guilds, with many of them capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor, but they were nothing before Bright Dawn's personal security team. Bright Dawn's team consisted of experts that could reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor. 40 of them were even Refinement Realm experts. They could easily decimate a first-rate guild's main force, much less a meager adventurer team. A moment later, Starlink's experts smashed through Purple Shadow's defensive line, which had remained stable until now. Not even the cooperation between 2 or 3 Purple Shadow experts was enough to stop one of Starlink's, and their HPs plummeted as the fight dragged on. In the end, Starlink only needed a dozen or so players to suppress the 30-plus frontline players from Purple Shadow. The remaining 20-plus then barreled their way toward Purple Shadow's healers alongside their commander. Every one of these players was a Refinement Realm expert. When only 100 yards separated the healers from Bright Dawn's experts, Colorful Fruit and Half Feather reached the battlefield. They were surprised by the sudden turn of events, but they quickly recovered from their daze and engaged the enemy. Immediately, Colorful Fruit cast the Tier 3 Overtier spell, Forest Descent. Waving her cane, the Forest Saint manifested a domain that spread out around her, enveloping everything in her surroundings. The trees within the domain then gained sentience, becoming level 67 Great Lord-ranked Treants. 6 Treants responded to Colorful Fruit's call in total, moving to block Starlink's advance. Moreover, Colorful Fruit gained full control of the vines on the still dormant trees. She commanded more than a dozen vines, every one containing Tier 3 strength. Nearby, Half Feather's crimson bow suddenly brightened with a dazzling glow. 5 crimson magic arrays manifested around the ranger, and whenever he loosed an arrow, the magic arrays did the same, launching flaming arrows to accompany his attacks. Although these flaming arrows were weaker than Half Feather's normal attacks, they couldn't be blocked. Even a Refinement Realm expert would fall under this ranger's assault. Amazing! The Purple Shadow Adventurer team actually has such powerful experts. Starlink's members were stunned for a moment. They had seen their fair share of experts as the members of a personal security team for one of the guild's vice guild leaders. Thus, witnessing one move was more than enough to give them a general idea of an expert's strength. Based on their experience, they recognized both Colorful Fruit and Half Feather as Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, the two had incomparably powerful skills. Colorful Fruit, in particular, had received a considerable boost to her basic attributes with her last spell. If an ordinary Refinement Realm expert attacked her, they'd likely get a one-sided beating in return. In contrast, Purple Shadows members expressed their glee as they watched their two comrades take action. When this druid and ranger fought together in a forest, they could even defeat a 200-man expert team by themselves. While Starlink's Refinement Realm experts struggled against Colorful Fruit and Half Feather's attacks, Bright Dawn wielded his white bone greatsword as he charted through the Great Lord-ranked Treants and Vines like a speeding bullet. Even though Half Feather fervently fired at the Berserker, Bright Dawn easily maneuvered past the arrow's trajectories. The Berserker was astonishingly fast, no slower than a peak Tier 2 assassin, which made it hard for Half Feather to aim. Within 3 seconds, Bright Dawn stood before the ranger, swinging his greatsword. Suddenly, 6 white flashes blinded the combatants. As they faded, they revealed 6 deep slashes in the ground, each 15 yards long. Although Half Feather had tried to use his bow to defend himself, 3 of the attacks had landed, and he died on the spot. How is this possible? Colorful Fruit was stupefied. Half Feather ranked among the top 20 ranger experts in the Dark Knight Empire, yet against Bright Dawn, he was as weak as an infant. His life had ended in a single move. The strength difference was astounding. A mere ant dares to oppose me? Bright Dawn sneered at Half Feather's corpse. He then shifted his gaze toward Colorful Fruit and said, "All right, you're next." The Starlink Berserker then transformed into a blur as he flew toward the Forest Saint, who stood around 20 yards away. Seeing this, Colorful Fruit panicked. She tried to use her vines to stop Bright Dawn, but she quickly discovered that they were practically non-existent before this madman. He easily deflected them with his great sword, not even pausing. So, this is the strength of a superpower? At this moment, Colorful Fruit understood that this battle was a lost cause and intended to disregard her defense. Just as Bright Dawn reached Colorful Fruit and raised his greatsword against the druid, he froze and turned toward a figure that had suddenly appeared from behind the nearby trees. When he saw this figure, his expression turned grim. Colorful Fruit and the rest of the players engaged in battle were confused by his abrupt change. When Purple Shadow's Forest Saint followed her enemy's gaze, she noticed a man slowly approaching. This man wore a suit of pitch-black armor with a silvery gray cape draped over his shoulders and carried 2 long swords at his hips. As if he were oblivious of the battle around him, he lightly strolled toward her. Who is that? Chapter 2136, Power of Words. After a quick glance at the approaching swordsman, Colorful Fruit returned her attention to the enemy berserker before her. Bright Dawn's expression was tight and grim as if he were looking at an absolute monster. He completely ignored her, his gaze glued to that distant swordsman. Her enemy's intense reaction confused Colorful Fruit. What's going on? Who is that guy? She wasn't the only one confused. Late Autumn, who commanded Purple Shadows members from some distance away, was just as shocked by this turn of events. Based on the strength Bright Dawn had revealed thus far, Late Autumn was certain the man was a monster on the battlefield. He even suspected that Bright Dawn could annihilate every Purple Shadow member here by himself. Yet, such a monster clearly feared the swordsman who had just arrived. Moreover, Bright Dawn wasn't the only person to react like this. Starlink's other members wore the same grim expressions, all of them staring at the approaching swordsman. Black Flame, what are you doing here? Bright Dawn demanded frostily. At this point, Bright Dawn's hatred for the player known as Black Flame was immeasurable. He had made the difficult decision to abandon Unyielding Soul, joining Starlink as one of its vice guild leaders. He had wanted to make himself more important to Lu Xinglua by sabotaging Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's plans to secure the traveling bard hidden class, but Black Flame had single-handedly ruined his. In the end, Starlink had gained far fewer traveling bards than its competition. Lu Xinglua had been disappointed in his failure and refused to assign Bright Dawn any notable tasks for some time. Now, after a long list of arduous tasks, trying to earn the responsibility of the ancient undead country's management, Bright Dawn, once again, encountered Black Flame. His recollection of this man's strength was still crystal clear. He couldn't forget it if he tired. After all, Black Flame had defeated Sword Demon in the battle for White River City's auction house. Although Sword Demon was quite old, he was a bona fide monster, far stronger than Bright Dawn. There were less than a handful of experts that could rival the old man's strength. What? Am I not allowed here? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he swept a glance over Starlink's agitated members. Bright Dawn expressed his exasperation in reply. If he were talking to anyone else, he would have attacked already. He wouldn't have bothered to trade nonsensical pleasantries. After a second to calm down, he asked once more, his tone soft, "What do you want?" The Berserker's question caused Purple Shadows players to turn to Shi Feng again, gaping in shock. Late Autumn felt particularly tongue-tied. He couldn't believe this was happening. Bright Dawn was a peak expert, earning the Undead Sword title. He was famous for his ruthlessness, and he never let an enemy escape with their life. He never negotiated either. Take their Purple Shadow Adventurer team, for example. Despite ranking among the top adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire, Bright Dawn had attacked without hesitation. Yet, this vicious man was pausing mid-battle to converse with Shi Feng. It was unbelievable. "Commander, who is this Black Flame? He's so amazing." Colorful Fruit whispered through the team chat. Alone, Shi Feng was strong enough to still Bright Dawn's expert team with fear. These Starlink experts didn't even show Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor's experts any respect in the Dark Knight Empire. "I've heard of Black Flame before. I think he's Zero Wings Guild leader, the guild that previously helped the 100 Flowers Palace. Black Flame himself ranks among the top 50 on the God's Domain experts list. He stands at the very peak of God's Domain." Late Autumn explained what he knew. "I hadn't expected an expert like him to show up in a place like this." Top 50 on the God's Domain experts list? It's no wonder why Bright Dawn seems so afraid. Realization dawned on Colorful Fruit. She barely ranked among the top 100 in the Dark Knight Empire's overall combat power ranks. Naturally, she'd be considered quite powerful in any kingdom or empire, but on the full scale of God's Domain, her strength was nothing. Although the God's Domain experts list focused on players' public achievements, it did reflect a portion of the player's strength. Those who could rank among the top 50 would likely be some of the strongest players in the Dark Knight Empire. Although Bright Dawn was quite powerful, he definitely couldn't rank at the top of the empire. If Bright Dawn could hear Colorful Fruit's thoughts, he'd likely vomit blood. If his opponent had merely ranked among the top 50 on the God's Domain experts list, he wouldn't have been so afraid. In fact, he'd gladly take any of those experts over this swordsman. "I want this boss and that dark gold treasure chest," Shi Feng calmly replied, glancing at the level 69 Grand Lord, which only had 18% of its total HP remaining, and the treasure chest behind it. The Purple Shadow members' jaws nearly hit the ground when they heard Shi Feng's demand. Is this guy insane? Shi Feng actually intended to steal the boss and its treasure by himself. Even arrogance had a limit. And he had just demanded this from one of Starlink's vice guild leaders. Most importantly, they were currently in Starlink's territory. With just a quick call, Bright Dawn could likely summon a large number of reinforcements. More of his guild's peak experts would probably answer his call as well. Shi Feng might be stronger than Bright Dawn, but could he take on 3 or 5 peak experts simultaneously? This guy is way too reckless. We're still in the psychedelic forest. Starlink's fortress isn't that far away. If Bright Dawn calls in reinforcements, None of us will escape, Late Autumn thought to himself, watching Shifeng with an exasperated expression. All fortresses could teleport players across long distances, even in the ancient undead country. The psychedelic forest wasn't that far from Starlink's fortress. A single teleport would be enough for players to reach the forest's edge. Furthermore, plenty of Starlink's expert teams were operating in the area. If Shifeng truly angered Starlink, he wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell of leaving the forest alive. Late Autumn and his team had already prepared themselves for utter annihilation when they had decided to stay and fight the boss, despite Bright Dawn's team trying to steal the kill. As long as they could claim the boss's loot and the treasure chest it guarded, their deaths would be worth the effort. However, it was a different story for Shifeng. Shifeng was an apex expert in God's domain. One of his lives was likely worth more than a Grand Lord's loot and a dark gold treasure chest. As Purple Shadows members expected a fight to break out between Shifeng and Bright Dawn, the Berserker sheathed his white bone greatsword. Since Guild Leader Black Flame wants this bounty, we'll leave out of respect. Let's go, Bright Dawn said before turning to leave, not even sparing the boss and treasure chest a second glance. Starlink's members promptly withdrew from their fights with Purple Shadows members and retreated from the battlefield, following their commander. In less than 15 seconds, all of Starlink's members had left the area, the speed and decisive nature of their withdrawal stunning the Adventurer team players. Chapter 2137, Different Level. Although many of Starlink's experts were relieved that they hadn't had to fight Shifeng, anger roiled in their stomachs after leaving the battlefield. Vice Guild Leader, are we really just leaving? A level 67 assassin geared in black leather armor asked, disgruntled. Black Flame might be powerful, but this is our guild's territory. As long as you command it, at least 3 teams can converge on our location in 10 minutes or less. Couldn't we easily take him down with the strength of 4 expert teams? Starlink was the ancient undead country's overlord. Even players from the Dark Knight Empire's other 2 superpowers had to bow their heads and walk away when they encountered Starlink's members in this neutral map, much less Black Flame. Regardless of how powerful the swordsman was, he couldn't be stronger than Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. The 2 superpowers peak and monster-level experts were far stronger than experts from ordinary guilds, and Starlink had defeated both of them. Furthermore, if news of this retreat spread, it would damage the guild's reputation. Take him down? You think I don't want to? Bright Dawn demanded, glaring at the female assassin. If he were just some ordinary domain realm expert, then sure. But that guy defeated Sword Demon. Even 10 expert teams couldn't do anything to him, let alone 4. Do you understand? If he wished it, none of us would leave this forest alive. The most annoying thing about all of this is that Black Flame was just toying with us. If I had refused to withdraw, he'd take action immediately and teach me how foolish such a decision is. Bright Dawn knew that no matter what he had decided, Shifeng would hurt Starlink's reputation in the ancient undead country eventually. Since that was the case, he'd rather take the path that incurred the least amount of losses. Every member of his team was a trusted subordinate. If he let someone kill these people, not only would Starlink's reputation suffer, but his power base in the guild would also weaken. Is he really that strong? The level 67 assassin asked, shocked. Although domain realm experts could easily defeat a 100-man expert team like theirs in the fields, it was usually because those experts employed guerrilla tactics, gradually picking off the team members. If their teams split up and focused on escape, not even a domain realm expert could kill every one of them. However, it seemed that Bright Dawn fully believed that Shifeng could slay them all. All of Starlink's teams in the psychedelic forest were led by peak experts, and Bright Dawn even held the title of Undead Sword. He even ranked at the top among peak experts, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the domain realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been one of Unyielding Soul's 3 main pillars in the past. As Bright Dawn's personal security team, their strength ranked at the top among Starlink's various teams, yet their commander insisted that not even they would escape Shifeng's wrath. Could that really be possible? Those monsters are not as simple as you think. Why do you think the various superpowers have such headaches when dealing with domain realm monsters? God's domain, in particular, has given these monsters a platform to exhibit their full strength, which makes them even more of a challenge, Bright Dawn spat hatefully. However, this isn't over. Although our team can't defeat Black Flame, the guild leader will likely send someone to take him down a notch once we report back. While domain realm experts were frightening, every superpower had such experts of their own. Moreover, God's domain offered a plethora of methods to use against domain realm experts. It just depended on whether or not the various superpowers were willing to pay the price for these methods. While Bright Dawn relayed the news of Shurfeng's appearance in the psychedelic forest to his guild, Purple Shadow's members were still caught up in their momentary daze. For a time, they had no idea what to do about this turn of events. "Commander, what should we do now?" Colorful Fruit asked through the team chat. Everything had happened too suddenly. A second ago, their team had been at risk of utter annihilation, facing Starlink's members in a bitter battle for survival. Then Shurfeng had shown up and indicated his desire for the boss and the treasure chest. What left Purple Shadow's members truly flabbergasted was the fact that Starlink's team had actually acceded to Shurfeng's claim and left the area. This, staring at the swordsman in question, Late Autumn had no idea how to proceed. Should they stay and fight Shurfeng for the boss? Or should they take off just as quickly as Starlink's team had? The outcome of fighting this man was obvious. Since Starlink's team, which was stronger than theirs, had fled without a second thought, Late Autumn had a fairly good idea of how powerful Shurfeng was. Unfortunately, Shurfeng hadn't given them permission to leave the area. If their abrupt withdrawal displeased Shurfeng, he might decide to end their lives alongside the bosses. Suddenly, Late Autumn felt that the Purple Shadow Adventurer team, which he was so proud of, was, in fact, insignificant. Before powerhouse players and superpowers, Purple Shadow wasn't even strong enough to make its own decisions. These titanic existences could determine an adventurer team's rise or fall with a single word. Late Autumn even wondered if the Dark Knight Empire was truly just an empire. After all was said and done, Purple Shadow was one of the top 10 adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire. Many first-rate guilds had tried to extend an olive branch to their team and treated them with great respect, but before Starlink and Shurfeng, this team was powerless. While Late Autumn hesitated, Shurfeng shifted his gaze toward the Cursemancer. "Starlink's people are gone. I'll leave this boss to you, but I want one item from that dark gold treasure chest. Do you agree to my terms?" Shurfeng asked. Seeing Late Autumn's obviously anguished indecision, Shurfeng related with the Cursemancer's internal struggle. During his previous life and before Tier 5 players had existed in God's domain, most players had still been able to rely on a team against the game's truly powerful experts. Unfortunately, once those experts had reached Tier 5, even Shadow, which had controlled 10 major NPC cities, had been powerless against them. Shadow hadn't had a choice, forced to concede any treasures those experts had demanded. If it hadn't, the guild would have lost both the treasures and its members' lives. However, Shurfeng was no longer the ordinary expert he had been. He had become strong enough to reach God's domain's apex. "Just one item? Of course, we agree." Late Autumn nodded enthusiastically once he snapped out of his daze. Realizing that Shurfeng didn't have any ill intentions toward them, Purple Shadow's other members breathed a sigh of relief. Kill-stealing was a common occurrence in the fields, but this was the first time they had been so powerless in such a situation. As they began to relax, Purple Shadow's experts looked to Shurfeng with excitement and admiration. Some of the female players even turned starry eyes toward the swordsman. Both Shurfeng's individual strength and his identity of a guild leader, commanding a guild that controlled an entire kingdom, were worthy of their admiration. With Shurfeng's permission, Late Autumn led his team to defeat the boss. Although a level 69 Grand Lord was powerful, it wasn't a difficult foe to an expert team like Purple Shadows. Furthermore, the magic array they had used to suppress the monster was still in place. Feng didn't even show any interest in the boss's loot once the Grand Lord fell. Even in a place like the ancient Undead country, the best loot a Grand Lord could drop was level 65 dark gold equipment. Moreover, the drop rate was extremely low. Normally, a team would be lucky if the map's Grand Lords dropped level 65 fine gold set equipment. Although such quality weapons and equipment were tempting to current players, they held very little attraction to Feng. He already had a large stock of level 70 fine gold equipment. He didn't mind passing up a few pieces of level 65 fine gold or dark gold equipment. Only the dark gold treasure chest interested him. However, Purple Shadow's members celebrated the boss's loot for some time. It had dropped a level 65 dark gold ranked cloth hat and a piece for a level 65 fine gold set equipment. Both were considered top tier at this stage of the game. Once the boss died, the magic barrier around the dark gold treasure chest lifted. As these players turned toward the glowing treasure chest, they gulped audibly, their eyes becoming bloodshot as they felt the urge to charge forward. However, Purple Shadow's members opened a path for Feng under Late Autumn's command, allowing the swordsman to open the treasure chest. The command didn't surprise any of them. After all, without Feng, they wouldn't have acquired anything from this battle. They probably would have lost their lives. Even if Feng wanted everything within that treasure chest, they wouldn't argue. Fortunately, it isn't a locked treasure chest. Feng released a sigh of relief as he approached the chest. Normally, most treasure chests would be locked once they reached dark gold rank, and unlocking a treasure chest was a troublesome process. Some even required keys of corresponding ranks. Take the inferior legendary treasure chest he had obtained from the Falling Star Secret Land, for example. Although he had the treasure chest in his possession, it was locked, and it required an inferior legendary key to open. When he had discovered this, he had been depressed for some time. Feng spent the next 20 seconds opening the dark gold treasure chest. The instant he lifted the lid, colorful lights burst forth, illuminating a 400-yard radius area. These lights were even visible from 7,000 yards away. Chapter 2138, Regional Treasure. Purple Shadow's members were surprised to see the brilliant lights that escaped the treasure chest. Normally, dark gold treasure chests only caused a commotion that affected a 3,000 or 4,000-yard radius when opened, but the lights this treasure chest released were even visible from 7,000 yards away. The various adventurer teams hated this particular feature the most. Every player within 7,000 yards would now know that someone had opened a dark gold treasure chest. Meanwhile, they were in the ancient Undead country, which had far more resources than other neutral maps. Naturally, the contents of this dark gold treasure chest would be worth far more than usual. While it was amazing that Feng had scared away Bright Dawn's team by himself, he couldn't change the predicament they were now in. Such a dazzling light show would certainly lead a large number of teams to their location. Regardless of Starlink, plenty of powerful guilds and adventurer teams operated in the ancient Undead country. Although Feng might escape, what were they supposed to do? Any competent team in the fields carried a magic mirror. Although magic mirrors could only view a small area, they had a very long reach. If a team spotted a treasure's lights, they would refer to their magic mirrors immediately to scout the area and locate the treasure. If the dark gold treasure chest's lights had only been visible from 4,000 yards away, only 6 or 7 teams might have noticed it. With their strength, the Purple Shadow team could have escaped with the treasure. At worst, they might have lost a few dozen members while they fled. However, a minimum of 20 teams would notice this treasure chest's lights, and every one of them would be an expert team. While Purple Shadow's members cursed the system, the various adventurer teams within 7,000 yards of the dark gold treasure chest used their magic mirrors to search for its exact location. A dark gold treasure chest is radiating such a powerful light. Isn't that Late Autumn from the Purple Shadow adventurer team? His team sure is lucky. They actually found a dark gold treasure chest with such brilliant lighting. Quick, we mustn't let the other teams get to the treasure before us. The nearby teams recognized the Purple Shadow Adventurer team and began to move. Although magic mirrors only displayed images, not sound, and players couldn't inspect the image's data, the Purple Shadow Adventurer team was famous throughout the Dark Knight Empire. Recognizing its members wasn't difficult. Normally, ordinary players would don black cloaks before opening a treasure chest in the fields. Only powerful guild teams or adventurer teams didn't bother to conceal their identities. However, it was obvious that Purple Shadow's team had miscalculated. It must not have taken into account the commotion opening this dark gold treasure chest would cause. With the strength of this chest's light, it undoubtedly contained extraordinary items. Knowing this, how could the various teams ignore such an opportunity? After obtaining a treasure chest's items, players gained a 2-hour debuff that guaranteed the items would drop if they died. Commander, we used a spatial exploration scroll and discovered that 26 magic mirrors are locked onto our location. Getting out of here won't be easy, Colorful Fruit reported grimly. 26 expert teams were watching them. They'd have to face a full force of 2,600 experts. With just 100 players on their side, getting past so many players would be incredibly difficult. How can there be so many? Late Autumn could not help but feel powerless. Meanwhile, Bright Dawn and his team, who were already quite far from the Purple Shadow Adventurer team, were stunned when they saw the light pillar rise up behind them. Vice Guild Leader, that treasure chest is astounding. It is releasing such a powerful light. The items inside must be extraordinary. The level 67 assassin beside Bright Dawn exclaimed as he gazed at the towering shaft of light in the distance. "Ha! Good. Very good." Bright Dawn began to laugh. Vice Guild Leader? The assassin gave his commander a confused look. Although the dark gold treasure chest had yielded incredible items, they weren't related to it in any way. He didn't understand why Bright Dawn laughed. It would make more sense if the man were enraged by the situation, not joyful. That treasure chest would have been theirs if not for Shifeng's intervention, after all. "I guess it's not unusual that you don't understand," Bright Dawn said, chuckling. "The teams in the ancient undead country aren't just from the Dark Knight Empire. Powers from other empires and kingdoms have sent their people as well. According to my sources, 2 other superpowers are operating in the psychedelic forest alone. They've disguised themselves as independent players, and both expert teams are led by monster-level experts. The guild leader warned me about these teams before we headed out. Neither of those teams will ignore the appearance of such notable treasure." Realization dawned on Starlink's members after listening to their commander's explanation. Teams with monster-level expert leadership were incredibly strong. Normally, superpowers use these teams as strategic pawns, assigning multiple peak experts to them. Even the weakest member would be a refinement realm expert. Even a 1,000-man legion of experts would have to avoid such a team. "We're not going to return just yet. I want to stay and watch what Black Flame intends to do about his latest predicament," Bright Dawn said as he told his teammates to rest. Meanwhile, astonishment overwhelmed Shifeng as he watched the treasure chest's colorful lights fade. Others might not recognize a dark gold treasure chest, with the ability to influence a 7,000-yard radius, for what it was, but Shifeng was no stranger to the phenomenon. A regional treasure. A regional treasure was the most important treasure chest in an area. Even if the psychedelic forest hid an epic-ranked treasure chest, its items would pale in comparison to this dark gold treasure chest's bounty. Whenever a regional treasure had been discovered in the past, massive wars had ensued. Regional treasures actually had a chance of dropping an ancient document. Ancient documents were one way players could search for treasures in God's domain. Many powers had discovered legendary and fragmented legendary items with the help of these documents. Hence, the various powers had fought fiercely to claim any regional treasure they could find. Regional treasures also gave ordinary guilds a chance to claim legendary or fragmented legendary items, giving them a fair chance to compete with the various superpowers for such items. After all, regional treasures appeared randomly. Not even superpowers could claim them all. Shi Feng had found multiple regional treasures in the past, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to claim any for himself. Every regional treasure he had encountered had been snatched away by a top adventurer team or first-rate guild. Once the treasure chest's light faded fully, Shi Feng inspected the items within. The dark gold treasure chest contained a total of 5 items. One was a level 70 dark gold helmet for shield warriors, one was a level 70 fine gold staff, one was a cloth hat for a level 70 fine gold set equipment, one was a tier 3 magic scroll, and one was an ancient tome with silver, divine runes on its cover. A silver ancient document? Shi Feng's heartbeat accelerated as his gaze rested on the ancient document. Chapter 2139, Silver Ancient Tome. I want this book. The rest of the items are yours, Shi Feng told Late Autumn as he picked up the silver ancient tome and stored it in his bag, acting as if he had no interest in the 4 other items in the treasure chest. The 4 other items were indeed valuable at this stage of the game, especially the level 70 dark gold helmet for shield warriors. Even superpowers experts would drool over such an item. However, even combined, these 4 items weren't worth nearly as much as the silver ancient tome. God's domain had all kinds of ancient tomes to offer. Some contained clues to items, while others could cause devastating destruction. This silver ancient tome could improve players' natural response time. Normally, a player's neural response time depended on their real-world body. Players typically had to use specialized training methods to improve their natural reaction time, as well as have the innate talent to do so. Otherwise, their success would be limited, regardless of how hard they trained. However, the silver ancient tome broke this rule and could forcibly improve a player's response time in God's domain. Of course, the improvement was minor, and the silver ancient tome's effects varied from person to person, but even a minor improvement could significantly impact a player's performance in the game. This tome was a special item that could make up for a player's congenital deficiencies. Even though the tome's effects weren't as substantial as a boost to physique, each silver ancient tome had sold for tens of thousands of gold during Shi Feng's previous life. Some of the superpowers elderly experts had even traded fragmented legendary items or basic bloodlines to get their hands on one of these tomes, trying to make up for their deteriorating reaction time. Shi Feng was actually quite surprised to get his hands on a silver ancient tome so early. If he gave it to one of his guild's refinement realm experts, it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the flowing water realm. After all, improved neural response time would indirectly improve players' combat standards. In fact, when the various large guilds recruited internal members, they typically prioritized players with above-average response time. Currently, Zero Wing had 4 experts stuck between the Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm: Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. If they could use the Silver Ancient Tome, they might become Flowing Water Realm experts very quickly. Once they reached the Flowing Water Realm, combined with their abilities in the Truth Realm, they'd finally blossom into bona fide peak experts. After Shi Feng stored the Silver Ancient Tome, Late Autumn gave the dark gold treasure chest a hesitant look. Guild Leader Black Flame, this item is a piece of level 70 dark gold equipment, Late Autumn said as he examined the helmet for shield warriors. He then turned to Shi Feng and said sincerely, "Our Purple Shadow Adventurer team has only avoided annihilation because of you. Accepting such an item is too much." At this stage of the game, even the various superpowers madly contested for level 65 dark gold equipment, not to mention level 70 dark gold equipment. Moreover, this was a helmet for MTs. It was far more valuable than ordinary equipment of the same level and rank. I've already told you that I only wanted one item from the treasure chest. Moreover, it is only level 70 dark gold equipment. It is nothing to Zero Wing, Shi Feng responded. Seeing the Cursemancer's guilty expression, he chuckled and continued, "If you really can't bring yourself to accept it, why don't you help me out with something else? Then, You can consider the helmet your compensation. He didn't know much about the Purple Shadow Adventurer team, but based on the team's performance and camaraderie, he could see that its members were righteous people. Otherwise, they likely would have split up and fled from Bright Dawn's expert team. That was one of the reasons that Feng had chosen to help them. At most, he might have saved any other team from Bright Dawn's bullying. He wouldn't have allowed them to keep the boss and treasure chest. Compensation. Late Autumn was inwardly surprised, looking at Feng's calm expression. This swordsman had offered a piece of level 70 dark gold equipment as if it meant nothing to him. Every member of the team radiated an imposing aura as well. Overall, this was certainly no ordinary adventurer team. Boss, those people have already left. By the looks of it, they're heading toward the Bottomless Abyss. A bald, level 68 assassin in blue reported to the stalwart man in a suit of crimson armor. They should only have departed recently. They're heading to the Bottomless Abyss? A wise decision, the crimson-armored man said, chuckling. It's a pity that they caught our attention. Notify the other scouts. We'll give chase immediately. Chapter 2140, God Mode Regional Dungeon, Ancient Undead Country, Bottomless Abyss. The Bottomless Abyss was a gigantic hole in the center of the psychedelic forest. The radius could rival that of an NPC city's. Pitch-black fog constantly billowed from within, and even from afar, players felt a chill as they watched the fog escape. So, this is the Bottomless Abyss? Shock gripped colorful fruit as she stared at the massive pit before her. The rest of the Purple Shadow Adventurer team felt the same. Not only was the Bottomless Abyss a spectacular sight, but its aura was also particularly daunting. Despite the distance between them and the regional dungeon, they felt stifled. They couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to stand within the foggy pit. It's no wonder why Windwolf couldn't even last an hour in there. If its aura feels so powerful from out here, I can't imagine how horrific it feels inside. Just moving will likely be taxing, Late Autumn muttered as he watched the fog rise from the Bottomless Abyss. After seeing this pit himself, he, more or less, understood why Windwolf's members had paled whenever they had mentioned the Bottomless Abyss, claiming that the regional dungeon was no place for current players. The fog is still quite thin. Let's hurry inside, Feng commented as he, too, watched the fog. He was incredibly familiar with the Bottomless Abyss, so he was used to the sight. He immediately approached the staircase leading into the pit. Many ancient gods had participated in the Great Ancient War, and the Bottomless Abyss was a byproduct of one of those battles. According to legend, the destruction the gods had wrought here had been so massive that it had broken through the world barrier that separated the gods' domain continent from the Dark Abyss. As a result, the Dark Abyss's dark energy had flowed into God's domain through the breach, creating this Bottomless Abyss. Fortunately, the ancient gods had set up a magic barrier here to prevent the dark energy from escaping the regional dungeon, protecting the nearby kingdoms and empires from ruin. Without that foresight, the Dark Abyss's power might have devoured the entire continent. Now, the dark energy within the Bottomless Abyss sometimes spiked due to the weakening barrier. By this point, the barrier had been in place for tens of thousands of years, and even if the materials used to create it had been godly relic rank, they couldn't withstand the corrosion of time. When the Bottomless Abyss's dark energy was at its strongest, Tier 1 players could only remain within the regional dungeon for 3 or 4 hours. Tier 2 players could, at most, withstand the energy for 10 hours before they'd have to flee. If they exceeded this time limit, the dark energy would corrode their flesh, and their stamina and concentration consumption would increase exponentially. It wouldn't be long before they died from exhaustion. To make matters worse, players that died from exhaustion within the Bottomless Abyss would suffer double the normal death penalty, and their souls would enter a weakened state due to the corrosion. The corrosion would give them a debuff that significantly reduced EXP gain for the next 3 to 48 hours. This was why teams without sufficient strength suffered such miserable fates within the God Mode regional dungeon. Not even ordinary Tier 2 players had dared to set foot in the Bottomless Abyss during Shifeng's previous life. However, as a God Mode regional dungeon, the Bottomless Abyss had many benefits to offer. Its bountiful resources were only secondary. More importantly, the dungeon's mana density was exceedingly high. Even though the mana within was chaotic and impure, players could rapidly grow stronger by fighting within the dungeon. Furthermore, the Bottomless Abyss had no lack of powerful monsters with high combat standards, which players could use as training partners. To put it simply, the Bottomless Abyss was heaven for the strong and hell for the weak. Hence, God's Domain's various superpowers had developed a love-hate relationship with the dungeon in the past. As Late Autumn watched Shifeng walk into the Bottomless Abyss without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and led his team to follow the swordsman. The moment Purple Shadow's members entered the Bottomless Abyss, their bodies began indescribably heavy. Their reaction speeds also slowed slightly. However, the dense mana allowed their minds to remain at their peaks. These players felt like they were having an out-of-body experience as the opposing sensations assaulted them. It was like trying to operate high-performance software on an ancient computer. Moreover, they realized they couldn't see as far within the Bottomless Abyss. Normally, they could see up to 100 yards away, despite the ancient Undead country's poor visibility, but now, they couldn't see past 50 yards. At this distance, monsters could see them before they noticed, and they'd frequently come under attack. After descending the staircase for about 3 minutes, the Purple Shadow members realized that level 60+ monsters hung from the walls and dominated the staircase. The weakest among them was a lord, and they all radiated intense auras that felt particularly deadly to Purple Shadow's members. Before Purple Shadow's members could react, a group of level 60 and 61 demonic stone apes charged at the team. Demonic stone ape, elemental creature, lord, level 60. HP 19, 000, 000/19, 000, 000. Prepare for battle. Please prioritize the stone apes on the staircase. Melee players, contain the monsters on the wall. Healers, focus on everyone's HP. Late Autumn's response was quick, and he cautiously issued commands. Although these demonic stone apes were much lower leveled than they were in the Bottomless Abyss. Late Autumn couldn't afford to be reckless, employing the most conservative strategy he could think. The demonic stone apes slammed into Purple Shadow's level 66 and 67 MTs. Like seasoned warriors, these monsters used tactics against their player enemies. One stone ape would attack head-on, while 2 or 3 of its companions attacked from the sides. Their coordination was seamless. Purple Shadow's expert MTs couldn't cope with the coordinated assault, and each took 2 or 3 hits during the initial charge. Every MT instantly lost over 50,000 HP, losing more than half of their totals. The healers in the rear began to panic, swiftly casting healing spells. Why are these monsters so powerful? Colorful Fruit was stunned as she watched the 4 demonic stone apes suppress her teammates. Purple Shadow's lead MT was a half-step refinement realm expert, and the weakest piece of equipment on him was level 65 fine gold rank. He even wore a piece of epic equipment. Yet, it took everything he had to hold off 4 lord-ranked monsters, and he wasn't faring well. Earlier, their lead MT had tanked the level 69 Grand Lord by himself. The 20+ demonic stone apes on the staircase quickly broke past the MT's defensive line, and 6 of the monsters charged toward the team's healers. The remaining dozen or so stone apes preoccupied the team's melee players. Before Purple Shadow's members could recover from their shock of seeing how powerful these demonic stone apes were, a 5-meter-tall stone ape, much larger than its companions, dropped down from the wall above, landing with a thud behind the team. Great Stone Ape, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 62. HP 42, 000, 000/42, 000, 000. Before the level 66 Berserker, who guarded the healers, could react, the great stone ape slammed its massive fists into him. The Berserker slammed into the wall, his HP falling to a critical level. The great stone ape's frightening strength and speed stunned every member of the team. Although Colorful Fruit reacted immediately and attacked the great stone ape with her vines, the monster easily tore the two vines to shreds. A dull, black glow then enveloped the monster's fist, and it threw a punch at Purple Shadow's healers. The Great Lord moved from defense to offense so smoothly that it didn't move like any monster they had seen. Rather, the great stone ape fought like an expert player with a plethora of combat experience. It's over. Colorful Fruit's heart sank. A Great Lord's skill could instantly kill a plate-wearing player, let alone a cloth armor class player. Once the team's healers fell, they'd lose any chance of winning this battle. However, before the great stone ape's fist could connect with the healers, Shifeng appeared before the Great Lord. He unsheathed Killing Ray and responded to the monster with a light slash. An arc of blue lightning blinded the players for a split second before the great stone ape joined the level 66 Berserker in decorating the wall. Its chest bore a deep, oozing cut. Chapter 2141, Flying Improvements. Purple Shadow's members were stunned to see the great stone ape embedded in the hard, stone wall. How high is his strength? Colorful Fruit could not help but stare at the great stone ape in disbelief. She had felt the great stone ape's strength when it had torn apart her vines so effortlessly, high enough to rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. However, not only had Shifeng repelled the monster's skill with a single swing of his blade, but he had also thrown the Great Lord with that strike. His strength was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Purple Shadow's healers breathed a sigh of relief at receiving Shifeng's help. They immediately put more distance between them and the Great Lord. Lead MT, aggro the boss. Guardian Knights, activate Protection Blessing, and hold down the demonic stone apes. Late Autumn shouted commands to teams Lead MT the moment the great stone ape's offensive had halted. From this initial clash with the stone apes, he realized that these monsters possessed extremely high combat standards, especially the great stone ape. Only their team's lead MT could likely hold down that boss. If he sent any of his other MTs to tank it, he'd just be sending them to their deaths. Roar! However, as soon as Late Autumn finished his command, the great stone ape pulled itself away from the wall with a furious roar. Its eyes became bloodshot, its muscles bulged. Clearly, this Great Lord had just entered some kind of berserk state, charging straight for Shifeng. Crap. Solitary, activate your berserk skill, and stop that thing. Late Autumn hurriedly ordered the level 67, Tier 2 Berserker that stood closest to the monster. Leave it to me. Solitary Dragon nodded in reply. Before the Berserker could activate his berserk skill and face the great stone ape, however, Shifeng stopped him and said, "No need. It's still too soon to use berserk skills here. Leave this to me." After saying so, Shifeng took a step forward and appeared before the enraged great stone ape in an instant. The swordsman looked like a child compared to the 5-meter-tall monster. Seeing its hated enemy standing up to it, the great stone ape swung its fists at Shifeng. The sharp sound of the movements cutting through the wind was audible from 30 yards away. In the blink of an eye, the great stone ape fired 6 strikes at Shifeng, the massive size of its fists making the punches impossible to dodge. The other players' expressions darkened as they watched from the corner of their eyes. This move was enough to tell that the great stone ape's combat standards were on par with a player who reached the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Combined with attributes that rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level, how were they supposed to fight this monster? Contrary to expectations, however, the attack hadn't sent Shifeng flying. Instead, all 6 punches harmlessly passed through Shifeng before the swordsman began to fade out of existence, revealing that the great stone ape had only struck an afterimage. Without anyone realizing it, Shifeng had moved behind the great stone ape and had already swung his sacred sword. Shio! Another blue flash sliced through the great stone ape, eliciting a scream and plundering over 70,000 HP from the great lord. Another visible cut now graced the monster's sturdy form. The great stone ape's fury reached new heights as it took another hit. In response, it spun around and launched another barrage of punches at Shifeng. As if Shifeng existed in another space entirely, the great lord couldn't hit him no matter how hard it tried. Instead, one cut after another joined the first two. Not only did Shifeng continue to reduce the boss's HP, but he repeatedly inflicted injuries, as well, reducing the great stone ape's reaction speed. Is this real? Colorful Fruit watched Shifeng give the monster a one-sided beating, utterly awestruck. For a moment, she even forgot to support her teammates. Purple Shadow's lead MT, who had been in the midst of trying to assist, was just as stupefied. A Tier 2 swordsman was perfectly suppressing a level 62 Great Lord with the combat standards of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Moreover, he accomplished this feat within the Bottomless Abyss, where players' physical bodies were severely suppressed. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, Shifeng's calm composure made it seem as if he were confident of slaying this great stone ape by himself. It's no wonder why Bright Dawn was so afraid of him. He is truly a monster. Late Autumn inwardly exclaimed as he watched the great stone ape's HP plummet. Finish the fight quickly. We'll only attract more monsters if we linger, Shifeng shouted, noticing the dazed expressions Purple Shadow's members wore. Although he could solo the great stone ape, doing so would require a lot of time and energy, and a God Mode regional dungeon wasn't a place where players could afford prolonged battles. If this fight took too long, they'd attract another wave of monsters. Shifeng's warning snapped Purple Shadow's members out of their daze, and they immediately resumed their attacks against the demonic stone apes. Immediately, they resumed their attack on the demonic stone apes. With Shifeng keeping the great stone ape in check, Purple Shadow's members had an easier time dealing with the demonic stone apes. Moreover, they began to adapt to the Bottomless Abyss's environment as they fought. As a result, their attacks became more efficient. Under Late Autumn's command, the team gradually descended the staircase, never fighting in one place for too long. Although they occasionally encountered other stone ape groups, the number of enemies they fought at any one time was tolerable. Finally, after more than 5 hours of combat, the team had cleared out the demonic stone apes and great stone apes in their path. The loot the monsters had dropped had surprised Purple Shadow's members. Not only did these monsters drop plenty of magic crystals, but they had also granted the team a few pieces of level 60 equipment and materials. These monsters' loot was far more abundant than outside the regional dungeon. Moreover, the weakest piece of equipment the stone apes had dropped was level 60 mysterious iron rank, and some had even granted secret silver ranked items. Such high-quality equipment could fetch a lot of money on the market. It was no exaggeration to claim that the last 5 hours' harvest could rival a full day of grinding elsewhere. However, the loot wasn't the most valuable acquisition. Due to their battles against the stone apes, Purple Shadow's members had been inspired, improving their combat standards. That was a benefit they definitely wouldn't find outside of the Bottomless Abyss. Commander, this place is heavenly. If we could spend a month down here, the Purple Shadow Adventurer team could become one of the top 5 adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire. Half Feather exclaimed. As a Refinement Realm expert, he could sense himself improving throughout the 5 hours of constant battle. Needless to say, his teammates must have improved even more than he had. Furthermore, these monsters' loot was several times better than monsters elsewhere. That's right. I hadn't imagined that this place would be so helpful. It's no wonder why the various large guilds are so desperate to explore the Bottomless Abyss, Late Autumn said. He had a far better understanding of the regional dungeon's value than his subordinates. While resources and funds were important to a guild, those factors weren't nearly as valuable as its member strength. This God Mode regional dungeon had proven to be a natural training ground, and players' leveling speed wouldn't slow while they trained here. On the contrary, they would enjoy a much higher leveling speed than outside of the dungeon's borders. If a guild took control of the Bottomless Abyss, its development would skyrocket. As he considered this, Late Autumn's gaze drifted back to Shifeng, who stood some distance away. A large part of the reason why they were able to survive for more than 5 hours in the Bottomless Abyss was because of Shifeng. Shifeng had defeated one great lord after another for them. There were also times where 2 great lords had appeared simultaneously. If not for Shifeng suppressing every great lord that appeared, they would have long since been annihilated. After all, the only person in the Purple Shadow Adventurer team capable of holding their ground against the Great Lord-ranked Great Stone Apes was their lead MT. Even then, the lead MT could only hold his ground against one Great Stone Ape at a time. Meanwhile, after moving for more than 5 hours, everyone also arrived inside a cave. The cave wasn't formed naturally, but man-made instead. There were also multiple paths leading out of the cavern, the paths forming a labyrinth. "You guys rest here for now. This place is very safe," Shifeng said as he looked at the exhausted Purple Shadow members. After saying so, he made his way into the labyrinth. The labyrinth-like cave was the Bottomless Abyss's first floor. At the same time, it was the only place in the entire regional dungeon that allowed for a guild town or city to be transferred over. Chapter 2142, Abyss Residence. After hearing Shifeng's instructions, Late Autumn and the others sighed in relief as they sat down to rest. As for what Shifeng planned to do inside the labyrinth, they had no intention of asking about it. After all, Shifeng was the leader of a guild. He naturally had his reasons for coming to this dangerous place. If they pried too deeply, they might end up annoying or angering him. Moreover, even if they wanted to enter the labyrinth with Shifeng, they most likely didn't have the ability to survive for very long in there. The labyrinth was rife with level 65 plus undead, many of which were great lords. With just their adventurer team strength, they wouldn't be able to progress very far into the labyrinth. Not to mention, if they came across a Grand Lord, their fates would be sealed. In the next moment, Purple Shadow's members saw Shifeng easily weaving through the Undead's attacks. Moreover, the Undead here actually couldn't keep up with his speed at all, the distance between the two sides steadily widening. After a few seconds, only the Undead remained in sight. "The difference between us is really huge," Colorful Fruit said, a bitter smile forming on her face after Shifeng disappeared. "It is, indeed, massive, but it's not like we can't catch up," Late Autumn said, nodding. "An organization called the Adventurer Alliance has appeared in the Fire Dragon Empire and is currently recruiting powerful adventurer teams. I heard that even super guilds have to treat this Adventurer Alliance with respect. Moreover, the Alliance is even nurturing experts. I received an invitation, but I didn't put too much stock in the matter. On further thought, I feel that we should join the Alliance." In the past, he had been very confident in Purple Shadow's strength, believing that even if Purple Shadow was no match for superpowers wouldn't have an easy time dealing with Purple Shadow, either. After today's fight with Bright Dawn's team, however, he realized that he was sorely mistaken. Before a superpower, Purple Shadow didn't even have the strength to protect itself. Unless they became monsters like Shifeng, daunting even an expert like Bright Dawn at the thought of attacking them, they would never secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon Empire's Adventurer Alliance was an existence that could intimidate even super guilds. Needless to say, its existence was extraordinary. After all, the Fire Dragon Empire was one of God's domain's 4 great empires, and far superior to the Dark Knight Empire. Many superpowers and even quite a few super guilds had established footholds there. The fact that the Adventurer Alliance was able to establish a foothold in the Fire Dragon Empire, despite competition from so many superpowers, proved just how powerful it was. As for joining a guild, that was something Late Autumn was not willing to do no matter what. Otherwise, he would have long since joined Starlink together with his comrades. After all, Starlink had extended an invitation to many of the powerful adventurer teams in the Dark Knight Empire. "Commander, can we really catch up to him?" Colorful Fruit turned to look at Late Autumn reflexively, a hint of anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Shifeng's strength was already deeply ingrained in her heart. At this point, what she wanted to do most was to share the same stage with Shifeng one day, instead of staying in the Dark Knight Empire and remaining a frog in a well. It shouldn't be a problem. The Alliance promised that as long as we pass its test and qualify for its training, we will be able to reach the apex of God's domain, Late Autumn said. Previously, Late Autumn had sneered at this promise, as he thought that the Purple Shadow Adventurer team already stood at the Dark Knight Empire's peak. There was no need for Purple Shadow to undergo the Adventurer Alliance's training. However, in hindsight, the gap between Purple Shadow and the Adventurer Alliance was massive. Moreover, a power that could stand shoulder to shoulder with superpowers should understand the strength of the various superpowers. Since the Adventurer Alliance had declared that it could help qualified players become Apex experts, the Alliance was most likely telling the truth. "This is great. The next time we meet, I must stand on the same stage as him." Colorful Fruit thought to herself, her fighting spirit soaring. At this moment, aside from Colorful Fruit, Half Feather and the other top experts of Purple Shadow also had similar thoughts. Meanwhile, as Purple Shadow's members were resting, Shifeng had activated Gale Domain to shake off the undead chasing him. The undead here were living beings that died during the Great Ancient War. Not only were their combat standards extremely high, but they were also organized when fighting. He would require a lot of time to defeat them. Fortunately, the undead here were not monsters that persistently chased players. They would give up pursuit once the distance between their target and themselves exceeded 300 yards. Shifeng was a level 76 player, and with his basic attributes, his movement speed was already faster than that of great lords of the same level. After activating Gale Domain, he shook off the level 65 plus undead here right away and effortlessly passed through one area after another. Meanwhile, the deeper he ventured into the labyrinth, the higher the levels of the undead he came across, the monster's levels gradually increasing from 65 to 70. Finally, after traveling through the labyrinthine pathways for more than an hour, Shifeng arrived before a dilapidated palace in a cavern that was enveloped by a magic barrier. None of the wandering undead dared come within 100 yards of the magic barrier. Shifeng, however, walked toward the barrier without hesitation. The magic barrier specifically targeted undead and was totally ineffective against the living. There was no creature inside the palace besides the phantom of a gray-robed old man. If players used an advanced identification skill on this old man, they would discover that he was actually a level 180, Tier 4 hero. The title of hero was not easily obtained in God's domain. The existences granted the title of hero were invincible in their tier. Meanwhile, not only was this old man a hero, but his title had even been bestowed by an ancient god. In other words, he was blessed with a portion of an ancient god's power, making him the strongest NPC in the entire Bottomless Abyss. "Young adventurer, this is not a place for the living," the hero Saibu said as he opened his eyes to look at Shifeng. Immediately, a horrific aura filled the palace. If an ordinary Tier 2 player were standing here right now, this horrific pressure would most likely scare them stiff. However, Shifeng had the support of multiple fragmented legendary items and a bloodline, so he managed to withstand the pressure brought on by this aura. "Esteemed hero Saibu, I am here by the will of the gods to expel the darkness," Shifeng said respectfully as he stood 30 yards away from Saibu. Players wanting to transfer a guild town to the Bottomless Abyss needed to fulfill 3 conditions, 2 of which were the standard conditions for transferring a guild town. The third condition was a hidden condition, passing Saibu's test. The first part of the test was enduring Saibu's aura. In the past, 90% of the powers that attempted this test had failed at the very start because ordinary experts couldn't endure Saibu's aura at all. one needed the basic attributes of a Tier 3 player of the same level to do so. Otherwise, they would be forced to kneel, then get teleported out of the palace. Not bad. Being able to move so close to me proves that you have the strength to deal with the darkness, Saibu said, smiling and nodding in approval when he saw that Shifeng was barely affected by his aura. However, you cannot expel the darkness here with just this. Since you are a bronze legatee, I can set up a stable area for your residence, which will allow you to combat the darkness here long-term. However, you will have to contribute 6,000 mana stones. Lord Saibu, here are the 6,000 mana stones you require, Shifeng said as he took out the mana stones he had prepared beforehand. He had basically emptied out the guild's reserve of magic crystals to make these 6,000 mana stones. However, this price was well worth it if he could move Stone Forest Town here. Excellent. So many mana stones should just barely be enough to resist the corrosion of darkness here, Saibu said. As he received the 6,000 mana stones from Shifeng, he couldn't help taking a few extra glances at the youth before him. Following which, he started incanting. Chapter 2143, Transferring Stone Forest Town. Shifeng didn't linger after obtaining the barrier gemstone, making his way toward the Undead Forest. The Undead Forest was located in the center of the Bottomless Abyss's first floor. Not only did a large number of level 70+ undead wander the area, but it was also where the first floor's dark energy was densest. Without high darkness resistance, not even Tier 2 players could spend more than 6 hours in the area. However, despite the Undead Forest dangers, it was one of the few places on the first floor that could support a guild city. The Bottomless Abyss's first floor was comprised of a series of connected tunnels and caverns, which was why there weren't many places that could house a guild city. As far as Shifeng could remember, fewer than 10 caverns could support such a massive player base. Most of them could only support an advanced town. As a result, players needed to select the location for their guild town carefully in the Bottomless Abyss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to promote the town due to insufficient space. Of course, Shifeng had another reason for choosing the Undead Forest. It was the closest location to the Bottomless Abyss's second floor. The Bottomless Abyss was a level 60 to 100 super large-scale regional dungeon, and it was considerably larger than many neutral maps elsewhere, separated into a total of 3 floors. Each floor was more difficult than the last, and the second floor was considered a turning point. To current players, the Bottomless Abyss's first floor was already horrific, but they didn't realize that the first floor was only a training ground to help players adapt to the regional dungeon's environment. These monsters were only between level 60 and 75. However, the dungeon wouldn't be so kind once they reached the second floor, its difficulty rising to a whole new level. The second floor's monster ranged from level 70 to 90. But as the God Mode regional dungeon became more challenging, it would reveal its true benefits. From the second floor onward, not only would monsters drop 7 Luminaries crystals, but their drop rates for fine, gold and dark gold equipment would be roughly 3 times higher than elsewhere. Players would also find plenty of combat techniques and skill books. They'd even have a chance of finding a legacy if they were particularly lucky. Unlike most legacies found outside of the dungeon, those in the Bottomless Abyss had survived since ancient times. The weakest legacy players could find in this regional dungeon was advanced rank. As for the Bottomless Abyss's third floor, it was where players would discover the true essence of the God Mode regional dungeon. Not only would players have a chance of obtaining peak legacies when they killed the bosses on that floor, but they'd also have an extremely small chance of obtaining fragmented legendary items. Typically, fragmented legendary items didn't even drop from ordinary mythic bosses. Only special mythic bosses had a chance of dropping such precious treasure. However, the Bottomless Abyss's third floor was the typical map. Every mythic boss on that floor had a chance of dropping fragmented legendary items, and the dungeon's final boss was guaranteed to drop one. One could say the Bottomless Abyss was responsible for introducing fragmented legendary items to God's Domain's players. In the past, the various superpowers had only begun to acquire fragmented legendary items once they had discovered the bottomless abyss. After that moment, everyone had come to understand that epic items weren't truly the best weapons or equipment in the game and that something even stronger existed. Since Shi Feng was the first person to acquire a barrier gemstone in the bottomless abyss, he had to take advantage of as many opportunities in preparation for conquering the regional dungeon's third floor. After an hour or so of travel, Shi Feng found himself in a massive, spacious cavern. At first glance, the cavern looked like any other forest, filled with verdant trees and bright light. It looked nothing like the cavern it truly was. This was the Undead forest. The dark energy here was so dense it was stifling, and level 70+ Great Lord ranked Undead roamed through the woods. There were even quite a few Grand Lords. Dark energy affected these monsters in the same way mana affected players. The denser the dark energy was, the higher the monster's combat standards would be. Even the weakest Great Lord in the Undead forest had combat standards on par with the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Such combat standards would be impressive enough to earn a player a party leader position among a first-rate guild's core members. Including the monster's high basic attributes, even a first-rate guild's chief MT would have a tough time against these Great Lords. The Grand Lords, on the other hand, could reach the 6th floor's early stage. They were nightmarish opponents, even for a first-rate guild's main force. Only the various superpowers' top combatants had a chance against these monsters. Thank goodness I have the Bible of Darkness. I don't know how I'd make it through this forest without it. Shi Feng was relieved as he used omniscient eyes to watch the level 74 Grand Lord ranked Great Necromancers that wandered in the distance. These level 74 Great Necromancers were extremely powerful. Not even Shi Feng would dare provoke them in his current state. If he accidentally aggroed one, he'd have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, the Bible of Darkness granted him control over the power of darkness. This, in turn, allowed him to resist dark energy and significantly lowered the chances of dark creatures noticing him. He'd be able to avoid the Undead forest's residents with relative ease. After about 10 minutes or so, Shi Feng had circled around more than 30 Great Lords. He had also encountered more than 3 Grand Lords. If a superpower's main force visited this forest at this stage of the game, their deaths would be a guarantee. It should be here, Shi Feng thought as he observed his location. He then took the barrier gemstone from his bag and began to chant an incantation. After 10 verses and more than 30 seconds, the barrier gemstone disappeared. Then, 2 gigantic, silver magic arrays formed above and beneath Shi Feng, and every monster within the array's range released pained cries before fleeing the area. The 2 magic arrays continued to grow larger, from their initial 500-yard radius to 1,000 yards, then 3,000 yards. The arrays only stopped expanding after another 30 seconds. Suddenly, a colossal magic barrier blossomed in the middle of the Undead forest, occupying 1/10 of the entire area. Not a single monster stood within the barrier. Next, I need to guide Stone Forest Town's transfer. Shi Feng was quite satisfied with the forest's lush greenery within the magic barrier. He then took out the town transfer token he had obtained from the Eclipse Throne and chose to transfer Stone Forest Town. Originally, he had planned to use this token to move Stone Forest Town to a neutral map neighboring Starmoon Kingdom, but with Silverwing Town in the Ore Empire, he had set the token aside. Now, the token would finally display its potential. System, do you wish to transfer Stone Forest Town to the specified area? Shi Feng clicked yes, without hesitation. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.